Hello, everyone.
Hey, everyone.
We'll get started in a few minutes. Good to see all the people in the chat chiming in, let us know where they're at, where they're from.
I see some familiar folks in here in the chat, as well as some new folks as well. Good to see you all.
Guess we should introduce ourselves, or give it a couple minutes, or
yeah. Shall we introduce ourselves?
Yeah.
All right. Well, welcome everybody to Tech Inclusion 2020, the next wave of leadership. I'm Melinda Brianna Epler, the founder and CEO of Change Catalyst.
And I'm Wayne Sutton, co-founder and CTO. Yeah. And clearly things are different this year than all the other previous years. This is our 6th annual Tech Inclusion, and we're doing it from our homes.
Yeah. It's been an incredible 6 years, and we never knew that. I mean, how could we have imagined this year, from that first day that we were on stage back in 2015? Last year, we released our 5-year impact report. If anybody hasn't seen it, it's on our website at changecatalyst.co. It was awesome to see all the impact and change that we've made over the years across the globe at this point. Yeah, I do want to take a moment to just acknowledge the moment that we're in. Like Wayne said, we're in a different time, and a lot of lives have been lost due to COVID-19 and to the racial injustice and systemic racism, and John Lewis, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, and so many people we've lost this year. I just want to take a moment to acknowledge that. It's been a hard year for a lot of people, and that impact has been disproportionate, and it's all related. All this that we're going to talk about today is all related. It's interrelated. So sending love to anyone who is hurting right now, and let's focus on the solutions, the systemic issues we need to fix, from our education and criminal justice systems to our workplaces. And the tech industry is a key piece of that. So that's why we're here. We're here to focus on solutions to diversity, equity, and inclusion in the tech industry to create the much needed change that we need to see in the world.
Yes, yes. And we just want to say just thank you to all the partners and you all, the community, who have supported us over the years and shown up for this live event during this time, and really hope you all practicing, self-care beyond like times 1,000, just doing what you all can to take care of yourself mentally, physically, deal with a lot of trauma and a lot of, wild things we're dealing with this year that, a lot of uncertainty in our world as well. So I hope you all taking care of yourself. I need to mute my Slack.
And Andrew, I see your comment, sending love to you. It's been a tough year for a lot of people. I'm sorry to hear. All right, so the next wave of leadership, that's where we are. We're going to talk about this all day today. We're going to talk about where we are now in this moment and what a better future looks like. The next wave of leadership is diverse, has equity. We all have equity, and we're building inclusive ecosystem, products, companies. The Tech Inclusion hashtag, please use it. Please share this widely across the globe so that this doesn't stay here, but it continues to ripple out across the world. That's one of the great things about Tech Inclusion. Normally, when we're in the physical places, we tend to trend wherever we go on Twitter, and so let's make this trend globally. So Change Catalyst, our company that does this work, we're a tiny team, and we're a B Corp. We build inclusive innovation ecosystems through training, consulting, and a series of global events. We've gone virtual this year, obviously, and we've had an impact in areas of the world we never would have dreamed. So it's nice to see that, in all of this, we can create some impact that we couldn't have created before. And we'll talk about this a couple of times throughout the day, but we have a new project. We're developing an allyship report to really get the word out there about what is needed around allyship and advocacy. So would love your input. Maybe somebody on our team can share the link in the chat as well. Please fill out the allyship survey. Don't do it right now because we're about to bring on some speakers, but do it in the breaks, do it between sessions, do it after we end today. Appreciate your help in this.
Yeah, I want to say that, this is a mutual inclusion agreement when hopefully when you participate today, and just want to say this is a safe and exclusive place. We do have, the Change College team and some amazing volunteers who are monitoring the chat, who will be there to answer your questions, but and to help help hold everyone accountable with our code of conduct that we have when you register for a Tech Inclusion event. Not to while in the chat because we're watching. And also open yourself to new ideas, learn and take new actions. There's a philosophy around having a growth mindset. So please approach this with a growth mindset. Let speakers know you heard them. Use the chat. We have the Q&A option to ask a question feature at the bottom. You can, we have, like I mentioned, we have people moderating the chat. So feel free to ask questions, use the chat, and so forth. Take care of yourself. This is a half day virtual event. A lot of people are doing virtual events, since the beginning of the years because of COVID and the pandemic. But get water, take a stand. We have a quick break at 10:50, and I know these talks can be hard, but try to have fun. And try to have fun today.
And the link is in the chat now. Sorry for the mix up there. So this is an inclusive event, and that means inclusion includes accessibility. We have ASL interpreters on screen all day, all 3 days. Captioning, if you want captioning, we had to do a little workaround. So there's a special URL here that Antonia, if you could share in the chat to make sure that you get those captions. I'll be describing the slides during the breaks and throughout the sessions. And there is a PDF of the agenda online. And if you just go to sf20.techinclusion.co, you can check out the PDF online. We also have some speaker guidelines around inclusion and sensitivity, and we've tried to pick the most accessible platform. They're all platforms are still kind of working on this. So welcome to Crowdcast, and we're trying this one out, and that means we're doing things a little bit differently. Love your feedback on that in terms of accessibility. So just a shout out to our supporting sponsor, Blend. They've been an amazing partner. We've been working with them all year. We've been working with them for a couple of years, and really appreciate them. Thank you also to our event sponsors, Oracle, Bitwise Industries, Limeade, Indeed, Balsamiq, Blackline, the Kauffman Foundation, Twilio, and Interpreter Now. All of our interpreters are sponsored by Interpreter Now. And thank you to our Ability and Tech sponsor, the With Foundation. Also, we couldn't do this without our community. Our big community partners have been amazing to spread the word, and let us know if you're from one of these organizations in the chat. They are all amazing. Check them out. Lots of great organizations here to continue the work. And lastly, thank you to our team. And our team is broad and includes our core team as well as our many volunteers that are working behind the scenes to make this happen. Really appreciate you all. We could not literally do this without you.
Yes, agreed. Special shout out to Antonio and Renzo. Thank you so much for being with us, working with us during this year, and with all the things you do, and staying up late and emails. So thank you both. Yeah, and I just want to say again, thank you all. As Monday get ready for the next panel, I'm gonna hide, do some back end stuff, and see y'all in the chat, and see y'all for my panel at 9:40. Again, thanks for joining.
Awesome. All right, y'all. We are going to bring up our amazing panel here. All of these folks are incredible thought leaders in this space. We have coming up in just a moment, we have Daisy Auger Dominguez, LaFawn Davis, and Sanja Gittins-Otley. They are all good friends and excited to have a conversation with them. So here comes Daisy. Hey, Daisy.
Hi, Melinda. Hi, everyone.
Hey, welcome. I'm going to take the slides down so we can see you.
Hey.
Daisy, where are you in this moment in your life?
I am in so many places right now. I am in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn.
Awesome. Hey, LaFawn, where are you located?
Hello, I am in the Bay Area. So I'm in San Leandro, California, which is a couple of blocks from Oakland.
Awesome. And Sanja, welcome.
Hi. Hi,
Hey.
everyone.
Where are you?
I'm in the Bay Area as well. I'm in San Carlos, which is just south of San Francisco.
Awesome. Awesome. So we did our first transition, got everybody on screen pretty seamlessly. Yay. Really excited to have this conversation with you all. It has been a year like nobody could have expected, with so many different things happening. And I'm excited to kind of jump in and see how you are working through it and how you're working through it in your companies. But let's start first with just, can you say a few words about you, what you do, and what's one thing that you have learned in 2020 that you'll take into the future of your work? One thing that you learned differently this year that is a good thing you can take into the future. So, Sanja, you want to start?
Sure. So let me remember the prompts. It's what do I do? What am I taking away?
Yeah.
So I lead diversity and inclusion at Asana. For those of you who don't know, Asana is a work management platform that allows teams to work together and really keep track of what they're doing. And I manage and lead our diversity and inclusion functions, really thinking about how are we creating a thriving and inclusive workplace for all employees so that everyone can do their best work. I think the biggest thing I'm taking away from 2020 is two things. One is taking care of yourself means that you can do this work effectively. Because if you are operating from an empty tank, you're not able to do this work because it is challenging, it is relentless, it's required. And secondly, that people are hungry for change. And when you build trust, and when you build relationships, it creates such an easier platform for that work to happen, but you have to be doing that work constantly and consistently, else it's just window dressing. Those are my two big takeaways.
Yeah.
I'm going to pitch it to Daisy.
Thank you, Tanya. Hi, I'm Daisy. I am Chief People Officer at Vice Media Group, and I joined in May. I am responsible for our global people and culture practices across 30 countries, 2,400 employees, and 5 lines of business, including news and a creative agency and TV. And one of the things I've learned this year is that you can interview and get a job during a pandemic.
Yes.
I have never met my boss or my teams, quite frankly. I joined after. And I guess in line with that is just the power of community, which I think we've all known it. And I think right around the beginning of the pandemic, we all went into this frenzy of like Zoom cocktail hours and Zoom this and Zoom that. we were so hungry for each other because we're human and we crave that connection. And that power is real, whether we are physically together or not. And that's something that I carry with me. I've become far more creative as to how do I maintain those connections with my loved ones and those I have yet to meet. All right, LaFawn, on you.
Nice. So my name is LaFawn Davis. I'm Vice President of Diversity, Inclusion, and Belonging, and as of 2 days from now, also Social Impact at Indeed.
Yes.
And what our teams focus on is removing bias and barriers. There's lots of bias and barriers for people to get jobs. For those of you who don't know, Indeed's mission is we help people get jobs. So removing bias and barriers is really important to both of those teams. Building inclusive teams and products, and then cultivating a sense of belonging. What Daisy was saying completely resonated with me because we were like happy hours, themed, team meetings, all the stuff in order to stay connected, because that community and those connections are really important. I think one of the things that I've taken from this year, first of all, this year should be canceled. I think I'm going to be the same, age next year because I'm not counting 2020, but
or maybe 10 years older. I don't know.
It's going to go backwards, maybe subtract it.
Okay,
But I think one of the things that I'm taking with me into next year and beyond is that we're not working from home. We're working at home during a global pandemic and economic crisis and civil unrest and murder hornets and locusts and all the things.
Fires and
Fires, right? The apocalypse looking skies, the election year, all of those things is really chaotic. People wondering whether or not we're going to have rights next year, not have rights next year. All of those things means we're living through trauma. Every single person, no matter who you are, where you are, there's something else that you have on your plate. You might be worried about your family. Maybe you're worried about your job. Maybe you don't have one. Maybe you're worried about the next meal on your plate. And so we're all living through active trauma, which means that we have to do a lot of work to come out of that trauma, even when whatever state we get to. I don't want to say go back to normal because I don't know what that means anymore, but really understanding that employees are going to show up as their best selves if they feel held. So creating spaces where there are healing hours and spaces to share stories and to feel the feelings is really important in order to come out of that trauma. And so I think it's created some sense of connection because everyone is going through some sense of something, no matter who or where they are.
Yeah. Well, that kind of segues into my next question, which I know a lot of people we've seen on Twitter, and that a lot of people are interested in learning about, which is after the murder of George Floyd and many other Black people this year, there's been a kind of new awakening and a new or renewed kind of push for diversity, equity, and inclusion in our companies. Can you all three talk about some of the things that you are doing in this moment, some of the ways that you and your company have reacted, and secondly, I also want to talk about like if you're seeing this be a trend, if you're seeing a increase in people stepping up as allies and advocates, like for the long term, for the long haul. Any of you can jump in when you have thoughts.
I can go first. So I actually like to think of what happened as not starting with the murder of George Floyd. I think, as we all know, these deaths and these killings have been happening for a long time. I think when we were home, I actually think the incident with Chris Cooper was the first incident that really kind of caused, it certainly a renewed interest, because a lot of people saw themselves in Amy Cooper and saw that reaction and how quickly it could have turned. So we, for example, at Asana had been having a conversation about that incident. And then a couple of days later, the murder of George Floyd happened. And people quickly saw how that simple incident could have led into this. And so it was a catalyst in terms of us really, in terms of people really taking or doing some introspection on how these incidents manifest, the biases that exist. And it created a space for conversation and really authentic conversation. So at Asana, like many companies, we've been having conversations, we call them real talk conversations, about racism and about race for a long time. It was easy for us to then have another conversation about this is how it's showing up, and to change that conversation in what was it about this incident that caused you to care. And people answered that really honestly and really truthfully. And I think, and beyond creating space for employees to learn, we created really private spaces for Black employees to have conversations, to, as LaFawn said, feel the feelings, process showing up into a workspace, and really creating different spaces for those conversations, and then a space for people to get together. Whether it was us having all staff meetings for everyone, but also to have staff meetings with parents and caregivers about how are you talking about race and racism with your children. How are you having those conversations, particularly in companies where people may tend to be more progressive, but are not having those conversations? How are we starting that conversation when we start? And then to your point, and I know I want to make sure everybody gets a space to speak. So it's not just about talking. It's really about what's the action that you're taking? What are the things that you're doing as a company, as an organization? Or what are the things that we're requiring employees to do for themselves? As a company, we really thought about it in terms of what are the commitments that we honestly think that we can make, and really deep dive into the things that we want to do, whether it's really looking at our interview assessment process, for example, or ensuring that we're thinking about developing our internal talent. But in terms of your other part of the question, which is around people showing up as allies and advocates, people are hungry. And it's really about tapping into you want to be an ally, you want to be an advocate. This is not easy work. This is not you just claiming that tag for yourself. This requires you to be active, action-oriented. And what does that look like? And that, one of the conversations that we've had is do not be paralyzed by the fact that you're going to see things or feel things that make you feel as though I cannot do it. You're going to make mistakes. Get past that, because this requires you to do very hard work. So we've certainly seen an uptick in it, and really trying to create, to build that muscle for people to do that work really easily.
Yeah, I can follow up and say it's similar to what you're doing, Sonia. I think we advise, like many other media companies, were immediately impacted after the George Floyd murder for a host of reasons. One, because we were reporting on it. And this was my first time working for an organization where immediately I'm having to think about the safety and protection of employees who are out there doing the business of journalism and are in danger because they're doing the business of journalism. And if they are Black and from other marginalized communities, also feeling the compounded trauma of doing the business of journalism at these moments. So there was that, and then there was the immediate reaction to the social blackouts, if you will. And for us, one of our businesses, Refinery 29, that was one immediate impact, across a myriad of others as well. And this was just me weeks into the job, and so we very quickly responded by responding, not reacting. And that was one of the things that I reminded my teams all the time. We're not going to react. We're going to respond thoughtfully. We're going to address the pain points. We're going to confront what needs to be confronted, and then we're going to do the work. But before we do the work, we have to figure out what we're trying to solve for. and we have to figure out where the gap is, what was known, what wasn't known, what was tolerated, what wasn't tolerated, all of that. And so that's what the bulk of our response was. It was identifying, similar to Sonia, what we could do organizationally across all of our people and culture practices, from hiring, development, promotion, pay equity, engagement, all of those pieces. That's what I call the things, right? That's all the things. We were doing all the things. And then we were really thinking thoughtfully with our leaders, okay, you don't need to go talk right now because you're not ready to talk yet. I was like, you need to listen. You need to sit in discomfort. You need to hold on to all of the different truths that you're hearing right now and not claim your own as it. So it's been that kind of work, and I can talk a little bit more in detail, but that was the immediacy and the allyship piece. I will say this because it's one of my favorite examples. And I think we all work for amazing organizations with amazing human beings. But we launched a listening series to really get to the heart of what our employees were experiencing. And there was a listening series session that was in Europe. And when we started speaking, one of the white women said, we were going around the squares, right? Asking everybody to speak if they wanted to. And one of the white women said, I'm going to share this, but then I'm going to step back and create space for our BAME employees, and that's Black, Asian, Middle Eastern. That's the language that's used outside of the U.S. for BIPOC. I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna step back. And she didn't call herself an ally. She didn't have to be. But in that moment, she modeled what it's like to create space for others, and for others to do the same, and to just not really care about her comfort, but really the comfort of others. And I'm starting to see a lot more of that, which is giving me a lot of hope.
That's awesome.
All the things that Sandra and Daisy shared. I think the trends that you asked about, Melinda, there are two trends. Yes, allyship, but also lots of companies looking for, people to do D&I work.
Yes.
And the interesting thing is that they're looking for people who have done it for 10, 15, 20 years, which is ridiculous.
I know. Some of those job descriptions, I'm like, wait, no, that doesn't fit.
I'm pretty sure I know all of them who have done that long, right? And so, companies need to really take a look at people who can bring the skill set, who maybe have been doing work in different ways in order to help drive D&I in their company. But we have a few things that we did at Indeed, and it's actually advice that we give for our client companies as well. This is a really confusing time, and it's really interesting because people were like, "Oh my gosh, we're racist. What do we do?" Right? It's this energy to make change. So, some of the things, some of the tips are: don't ignore what's happening. Right now, the world is on fire, as I mentioned. There's all sorts of things happening. But just sticking your head in the sand and acting like business as usual is the worst thing you can do to your employees. They are your greatest assets. And if you aren't making the space, they will find a company that is, right? They're watching. And if they're a job seeker looking at your company, they're looking to see what you're doing beyond your Black Lives Matter statement. They're looking to see what you're doing within your company, what your leadership looks like, what change you're making. Understand what your Black employees are experiencing. It is trauma, like I mentioned. And so having spaces for people to heal and feel the feelings and talk about it are really important. Focusing on long-term systemic change. Both of my fellow panelists talked about this. There's a lot of momentum and need and desire for change right now. So it isn't just about making a statement of support or donating to a cause one time. It's taking a look at your systems. How do you hire and grow your employees? What are you doing with succession planning and talent reviews and other processes that already have built-in biases? Is equality part of your core values? Are you actively working towards change? And what are you doing? What actions are you taking outside of saying we support whatever cause? Taking a look at your data related to diversity in recruiting and hiring, sharing it and being transparent. So I've been at Indeed for about 1.5 years, and we released our diversity data for the first time as a company in almost 16 years. I believe transparency creates accountability. So doing that as a company puts a stake in the ground. So you at least have to be accountable to yourselves as well as the public. Educating yourself. So all of the energy that allies have is wonderful, but the gift that you have is to educate yourself. Do not rely on those that are marginalized and oppressed to teach you what it means. And yes, it's going to be uncomfortable. And I encourage you all to sit in that discomfort. Welcome to the party, number one. But sit in that discomfort and understand what it feels like. Encouraging storytelling. So I believe that storytelling is one of the most powerful agents for change. People relate to stories that they find themselves in. And so if people don't understand what's going on or what's happening or how people feel, the more stories they hear, the more they connect with other humans, the more they understand other people's lived experiences, creates and increases empathy within your organization. Lastly, I'll just say, supporting employees more with funded resources. So whether that's psychologists, psychiatrists coming in, trauma experts coming in, we created Space for Allies because they came full force. There are managers who are like, I have somebody Black and somebody gay on my team. What do I do? I want to do the things. And I'm like, okay, so hone that energy, right? Hone that energy. And so we had to create kind of allyship training. We had to create allyship liaisons. So we have IRGs at Indeed, Inclusion Resource Groups, same thing as employee resource groups, business resource groups. We had to create ally liaisons for each inclusion resource group because there was so much energy, but we didn't want allies to take up space for communities that might need that private space to heal. So I think those are many of the things that any company can do when you find yourself in the middle of these things, these traumatic events. You really have to realize that your people are your greatest assets. So how are you going to support them? Not just now, but long term.
LaFawn, while we're on you, actually, so a lot of folks, particularly Black, Latinx, and Native people, and then also women are losing their jobs disproportionately during COVID. Can you talk about any trends that you're seeing on the Indeed platform? Anything that you're seeing and that's different this year?
Absolutely. Well, I mentioned the increase for diversity professionals. It's crazy. Every company's like, we need someone to do the things. Because, just months before or last year, they weren't really thinking about this space or were thinking about it in a very marginalized way. So there's been a big uptick in those kinds of roles. Also, so what Indeed has done is changed to video interviewing. Daisy mentioned that, being able to get a job in the middle of a pandemic via interview. That has actually helped some of the opportunity gap because you don't have to arrange for childcare. You don't have to do the commute. It helps people to be able to just find a corner in the home if they can. And it makes it easier. If you need to have notes up because you process differently, if you need to have something else for you to be able to prepare differently for the interview, you're right there in your own space, being able to do that. It also allows for the process to go quicker, right? Because you're not having to travel around to meet different people or doing it at different times. You could do it all at once. Hiring events have been really big. So having people for one company just do a bunch of hiring events and move from application to interview much quicker than I think before. I think some of the issues that we have to watch out for, while that does help to shore up the opportunity gap, is there are communities that don't necessarily have access to great Wi-Fi, or there's bandwidth issues. Maybe they don't have the technology. Even though with the Indeed platform, we don't require you to go off somewhere into a different technology. You can do it all on the Indeed platform. Still, what if someone is in a position where they don't have a quiet corner in their home? What if they don't have a home? What if they don't have Wi-Fi? So trying to think through the ways that we can actually help communities that need it the most, whether it's partnering with maybe a library that has free Wi-Fi where people can do interviews if they don't have that environment, or looking for cities that have kind of Wi-Fi in public areas and trying to partner that way and seeing if we can help shore up the opportunity gap. So while there are lots of cool things that have been happening during the pandemic that has helped people find jobs no matter where they are, the future of remote work is really huge. So one of the things that we rolled out in July was you could do #ready4work, which means you're ready right now. I want to be hired right now. That helped employers kind of find people who you can start tomorrow. And then also, a lot of industries are still hiring. There are some that have been decimated, and that is also why women have been disproportionately affected along with Black and Latinx communities. But there are some that are actively hiring. So pulling all of those jobs to the top, making sure that people understand what they are, I think are some of the things that we've been able to do just at Indeed while we're going through this economic crisis.
Awesome, awesome. Realize the time is going super fast. So Sandhya, I do want to ask you, when I first met you, Asana was pretty small, and it's consistently grown over the years. And a few days ago, it debuted on the New York Stock Exchange. Very exciting. What are a couple of things that you're thinking about as you are scaling, as you're public, and that whole change is happening?
Yeah. I think for us, we've always viewed culture and building an inclusive culture as something that's core. We don't think of culture as something that's add-on, nor do we think that organizations should think of culture as an add-on thing that just happens. You have to be just as intentional about it as you are about the product that you're making, because we really, and we hope that others think about it like that. We really think that if you're thinking about your people, if you're thinking about the processes and the policies that you're putting in place, that leads to better products, that leads to business success. But we also know that as a company, as we continue to grow and scale, things that we might have been able to do might not work. So for example, one of the things that we would do to recognize people when we were a smaller company was that we would give a stuffed animal, a narwhal, as a recognition. It would travel around the office. That's really easy to do when you're on 3 floors in one location. But when you're across 9 locations, you can't recognize people in that same way. So you have to think about what is the thing that you're trying to do, and that's how we think about it. What's the thing that you're trying to do? You're trying to recognize employees. Well, what's the different way that you can recognize employees? One of our values, though, is around rejecting false trade-offs, which is really about we can do things and stick to the core of what we're trying to achieve. We don't have to do A doesn't mean that we cannot do B. So we're really thinking about it in terms of what do we want to stay? What's core to us being successful? We know that inclusion, being uncomfortable. We know that people. We know that those things are the things that are really core to us, that are core to us continuing to be successful, because we're trying to do this for everyone. So we think about it in terms of those things, and in terms of we essentially filter all the work that we're doing through those core things. There are things that we know we're not going to lose because it's so core to us as a culture. There's one thing I wanted to add on to something LaFawn said. I know we're running out of time, but it was so critical. Having managers build relationships with their employees, checking in, knowing what's important to the people that are working with them and working on their teams, allows when a crisis happens, because a crisis will happen again, whether it's someone being killed or anything else, allows you to go and check in a different way. And employees feel it really differently than if you just jump in and say, hey, I saw this happen, how are you doing? That never feels authentic unless you've built a relationship. So I would also encourage team members, teammates, managers to build relationships with their employees, so that when things like this happen, it just becomes that much easier to have those conversations and to really care about your employees. So I just wanted to add that on as another action people can do.
Awesome, awesome. I know LaFawn has a hard stop right now. So LaFawn, thank you so much. And thank you, all three of you. I do have one more question as we transition here that, but I know LaFawn has to go. So I wanted to just acknowledge that and appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me, Melinda. And it's great to see you, Daisy and Sanja. Y'all are amazing. So it's wonderful to be a part of the Tech Inclusion family again.
Yeah. Sanja and Daisy, if you look down at, you can see the questions. And so if you have any extra time after this panel and you can answer any of the more questions, that would be awesome. Just Daisy, really quickly, there's a one that's been upvoted several times. So it, we're over time, but I just want to address this from Timothy. What progressive actions can an individual like me, who's not a manager or decision maker, take to catalyze the change we want to see? Just like a couple of top things, really quickly.
You have far more power than you think. This is, the world is looking at this in a way that they haven't before. And so I think that the first thing that I recommend to all employees, and I manage our community resource groups, which is our version of employee resource groups, Advice Media Group, is, listen, speak up. This is not about asking folks to do the work for us, but I can't solve for something that I don't know about. And so my first ask of all of our employees is my job is to make sure that there are enough channels in this organization for you to raise concerns and for you to raise ideas and thoughts. And that's what we've done. And we've created those. And now my ask is for you to not only raise concerns and ideas and opportunities, but also engage your leaders and your colleagues and your partners throughout the organization in driving this change. Some of the most exciting initiatives that we have at Vice Media Group are not coming out of necessarily the people and culture team. They're coming out of the business. They're being led by the business. They're looking at the way that we are engaging with our clients and saying, wait a second, if we say this about our values internally, then this is a conversation we should be having with our clients. And this is what we should be doing. And because they're embedded in the business, who else but them to be able to drive that work and to challenge perceptions and to challenge ideas and to simply be the person in the room in a thoughtful way that says, what voices are missing from this conversation? What ideas have we not considered? Who else should be part of this decision making? I think that those are ways that you can start shifting the way that people think and behave, and you can do it in a way that's productive so that you start changing the conditions for change, one conversation and one action at a time.
Awesome. Thank you. And Chris Bell in the chat talks about your diversity fatigue article. I think that is important too. And thank you both. I really appreciate you, and lovely to see you both. And thank you for doing all the work that you do.
Thank you, everyone. Take care.
Thank you.
All right. We're now bringing on the screen Alex Marshall, Sean Morrison, and my co-founder, Wayne Sutton. Thank you all for your great questions. And as this panel is going on, I'll try to answer a few of those questions. There's Wayne. Wayne is doing double tasking right now. He's also bringing up the panelists. So just FYI, we're all doing multiple things while trying to talk. So, Wayne, you're not on board.
Yeah, here we go.
There we go.
It's like 3 Alice's in the chat in Crowdcast, so forgive me. I hope I'm bringing up the right Alice. So I don't see Alice laughing, it's just like Alice. So I was like, Alice. And,
maybe we'll meet somebody new.
It's just what happens. I'm looking for Morrison.
All right, y'all. Here we are. This is real life. This is real event. All right. In the chat, how are y'all doing? How are you feeling today? Thank you. This was a great panel, fantastic start of the day. I appreciate that.
Hey, we have Sean. I don't think we had it right,
Alright.
Alex. So let me cancel that.
Hey, Sean, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good, good. I'm gonna take off my my screen so we can see your.
Here we go.
Yeah, where are you? Where are you in the world?
I'm in Austin.
You're in Austin. Cool.
Yeah, Sean, 1 second. I mean, this is what happened with live events. All right, cool. That's Alice. All right. That was one Alex. Alex.
I'm seeing in the comments inspiration. Everybody's is feeling good. Thank you, Brett, Jamila, Jazz, Chris. Good to see you, Chris.
Right.
Chris has been an amazing volunteer and team member off and on over the years. Appreciate you.
There we go. All right, I think we're good. Yes, we're good. We found Alex. All right. There we go. All right. See you in a bit, Melinda.
I'm here.
Hey, how's it going?
No.
All right, everyone. Hi, humans. Good to see you both, Sean, Alex. Really appreciate you doing this. And everyone watching, this is the Next Wave of Investment, What's Doing Angel and Venture Capital session. And so just jump right in. Just want to say first, both are awesome. How you doing right now?
I guess I'll go first. There's a lot going on. I think like everybody else, we're kind of just doing the best we can, but for sure, it's been challenging on all fronts, I think, but you do the best you can.
Yeah.
Yeah, I echo that. I've tried to normalize at the beginning of every Zoom call, being like, no, like I'm not great. I'm not doing great right now. Like I find it hard to focus on work a lot of days. I get to the end of my day and I'm just exhausted. But being in spaces like this energizes me, so I'm glad to be here. Awesome.
Thank you both for joining. So we can, say who you are again and kind of like what do you do and some of the programs you're working on.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Okay. So I'm Alex. I work at a fund called First Round Capital. We invest in seed stage companies, so companies just in the very earliest stages. At First Round, I focus on, founders who are in the very, very, very earliest stages of building before we even invest. I believe that what we invest in is directly correlated to the type of world that we want to create. And I also think that being in venture is an absolute privilege. And so, after helping build a company and being on the team at Backstage, the thing that I thought about the most was what fund would be uniquely positioned to really bring things into the world that were actually helpful, that were, that sort of over-indexed on being helpful to folks with underrepresented or unconventional backgrounds. And so, I work on, I'm on the investment team, but I work on a bunch of different programs. Like we just launched one called Discovery Assist, which is, no one needs to read the 100th blog post about how to talk to potential customers when you're trying to pick an idea. But what they do need is they need 10 to 20 doors open, so they don't need to spend another 10 hours on LinkedIn trying to source a cold intro. And so, we're focused on things like that, things like structured sessions around picking ideas, sort of lowering the barrier into being an early founder and de-risking and adding things that are actually helpful. And so that is what I focus on right now.
Awesome. Thanks. Sean?
Well, Sean Morrison. I run strategy and investments for the Starfish Accelerator, which is an accelerator that's focused on providing funding for artists of color. In addition to that, I'm a 3-time entrepreneur and as of late, an angel investor and an advisor to startups as well.
Awesome. I appreciate both you joining. Venture capital has evolved, like in angel investment evolved to me, so much in like the last like 10 years, it become like this elite thing that only like, you know, a certain type of individual would you consider like who look like an investor, to like now I'm seeing way more awareness of like, okay, you know, like people out of college is like, oh, I want to be a venture capital. I want to be a venture capitalist. And it's become this like, you know, goal and achievement, but also more diverse. We want to be venture capitalists now, which is awesome, especially to your point you made earlier, Alex. So I'll just be curious right quick, like what was your journey to becoming an angel investor or VC? And like what point in your career you was like, you know what, this is all I want to do so I can have the impact that I want?
I never really intended to be in venture. I think it's like, I think one of the things that I always ask people that are trying to get into venture is I ask why. And I think my why and why I'm still here is that when I think about career, I think about where's the place that I can have the single biggest impact on the things that I'm working on, the things that I'm good at. And so my sort of journey was, you know, I started my career as a banker. I quit 9 months in because I just didn't care about the incentive structure there. Like I was just never going to really be motivated by making rich people richer. I just don't care. And I quit, and I ended up getting connected with a team that was building their sort of thesis was that taking control of your health, no matter where you are in your health journey, takes a really long time, and it takes a lot of effort. It takes a lot of money. It's something that, you know, coastal elites don't really pay a lot of attention to as we like brunch and hike on the weekends. And so we ended up building an insurance company that rewards people for taking care of their health. And I spent about 5 years helping them build that team. And along the way, like I'm a queer Latina. I was a co-founder of this company. There's like not that many of us that have built big companies, especially within fintech. And so I started getting connected with a lot of female founders, with a lot of other Latinas. And I just started I started paying attention to where the system breaks. And I had been following, you know, I met Wayne at Backstage. We worked together for a bit there. And I'd met the Backstage team through Twitter a few years before while we were still building. And so I said, okay, like, why don't I take 9 to 10 months and just really go work with Black and brown founders and go understand, like, what are the things that need to be built by like these bigger funds that can truly like have the footprint and have the impact in order to be able to like really open that door. So how do we think about it over the next 10 years? And so when I left Backstage, you know, I didn't want to go into a traditional investing role. Like I don't really, you know, finding the next SaaS company is not what brings me, you know, joy, but finding a team that was very aligned in the same value of that so much of our wisdom, so much of our opportunity comes from the people around us, and how do we continue to extend that? And so I think that's my why. I think venture feels like that vibe that it had, you know, that like Wall Street had 20 years ago, which was like everyone wants to go be a banker, like everyone wants to be a VC. But the reality is that it's not that glamorous. Like the first 6 years of your career, you're not writing checks, you're learning. Like it is like you are really I think the why is important, but that's my why.
Yeah. Thanks, Sean.
So it sounds like we all have Backstage in common. My path to venture is kind of like everything else in my life is quite circuitous, but certainly Backstage was the beginning and the impetus for a lot of that, and for a lot of us. I started by being an LP in Backstage Capital. I was super excited by the thesis that Arlen put forth. Certainly, he was speaking the loudest at the time about that, and it certainly is something that, you know, we all recognize today. But at that time, not that many people were saying what she was saying, and I was really energized by that. So I became an LP, but as many of you know, being an LP doesn't really teach you that much. Venture capital. You write a check and you get some reports, and you really sort of have to figure out everything else for yourself from there. And I certainly wanted to make an impact as well. I was coming from a place where I was an entrepreneur, and I'd never raised any venture funding, but you know, it's a well-known fact that, you know, Black women, women of color receive less venture than anyone else. And so I was coming at from an angle where I certainly wanted to make a change. And so I really wanted to peel back the curtain, if you will, and really sort of understand the process of venture capital. And so I became EIR at Cross Culture Ventures, and that's really sort of where I picked up the mechanics of venture capital, really understanding the mathematics behind it, the whys, how you make a decision, the arguments at the partner meetings, the due diligence process. And so after that is kind of where I am now. I'm really sort of trying to figure out, do I start my own fund? Do I join a fund? And then, you know, along the way, founders come to you for advice. They come to you. You were equally as energized as they are about what they're working on. And so, you know, you write a check. And so I think that's kind of where I am now, just doing a little bit of angel investing, advising founders, sharing what I know, both from venture and both from being an entrepreneur as well. But I think the overarching goal, as you mentioned, Alex, is making an impact. And I think that part of what all of this has sort of laid out for us in a way that hasn't been before is we see those people who are saying one thing and doing another thing, right? I think at one point, everybody had the Black Lives Matter message on their website, whether it was a company or a VC firm, but we understand now, you know, you're saying one thing, but you're actually doing another thing. And I think the wonderful thing that's come out of all of this is the desire and the goal, like you said, Wayne, for everybody to understand that it's not such a high bar. We can all be VCs. And so I think that if anything I'm taking away from this is like, we can't wait for those traditional VCs to save us. I say, give us the money and let us fund ourselves, right? I think that I'm encouraged by all of the emerging fund managers that I see. I see lots of Black women. I see lots of Latinx women. I see people who don't look like the traditional VC, looking to start their own funds, whether they be micro funds, whether they're angel networks. And I think that is fantastic, because I think that's how you bridge the divide.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate you both. I keep saying that, but you know, it's real. You know, the vibes are real, and I know you both have hard stops in 2 minutes. So I just want to jump to like one more question.
I can flex a little bit over
Okay.
if you need me to. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Thanks. But I want to jump to like one question right quick that for this panel is, with everything's happened in 2020, all the changes around VC in the world and COVID and the pandemic, you know, what has surprised you the most in terms of like been a positive outcome in venture capital and angel investment that you was like, oh, I didn't think this would happen, but it's a reaction to all the things good and bad we've seen this year?
I think at a high level, I think that this year rewarded people that are really adaptable. And I think that's something that many of us here have in common, because that's our baseline mode of operating. And so I think that while it's been a really tough year, it's also it's a brain space where we know how to go and we know how to move into and move through that. With that said, like, I think there were 2 places where I saw the biggest change in day-to-day work. The first is that going virtual has let me really quickly increase access to a lot of different resources and programs and everything. I think like when COVID hit, you know, we sort of put a pause because we didn't really know what was going to happen. And I was like, you know what, everyone's sitting at home. Why aren't we doing this? We've never done this. And I was like, I'm gonna go do it. Like, let's figure it out. If it's terrible, whatever. But, you know, we have so many different programs ramping up. We have, you know, we're able to increase both regional access, time. We can work across time zones better. Like, there's just so much access that's being created because of everyone going virtual. And now that everyone is seeing that having to meet in person is literally not needed, A, to make investments, and B, to build relationships, I think that we can just leverage that a lot more. And then the second piece is, you know, like, the world's dumpster fire right now. And it's super problematic, and there's never been a better time to call out the problems and try to find solutions. And so I think that people are naturally in this mind state of, how do we build a better world for ourselves and our kids and whatever. And so people are actually wanting to spend time building things that matter. I see there are more folks than ever starting companies. There are more folks than ever contemplating starting something or leaving their current company. And people are excited about that. And so I think that virtual communities has let us work with a lot more people. It's let folks connect with folks that they might otherwise have in their surroundings. I guess that's the positive.
Yeah, I'll
Great,
just
great.
piggyback on that and say that when I was younger, we used to say, we're trying to make $1 out of 15 cents. I think that some of us are uniquely qualified to do that. I think that a lot of us, because of the disparity in funding that we've received, we've had to do a lot more with less. And so I've been really, really encouraged by the tenacity and the grit of some of the founders that I've seen who've been able to pivot and really sort of thrive even in this, I don't know what this is, this dumpster fire that we're currently dealing with. I think that it's been really, really encouraging to see that. And I think that what I would say to founders is keep working, and to your point, Alex, for the emerging fund managers who would previously have to have been traveling to pitch, you can do that all virtually now. And so I would say on both sides of the equation, right? Founders, continue working on what you're working on, and emerging fund managers keep moving forward. VCs are still writing checks because they have a fiduciary responsibility to do so. And so I think that it's incumbent upon founders to really just keep pushing forward and keep doing what you're doing, making it work.
Awesome. Great. Well,
Yeah, the one thing I would add. Oh, I don't want to go over. Never mind.
Okay.
Oh. No, I'll let you run its course. Yeah.
Alex, Sean, we have some questions in the chat. Apologies, you all. We not able to get everything, and we have some questions in the ask a question feature. But Alex, if you don't mind staying on a little bit and answer some of the questions. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
Again, thank you both. Continue to practice self-care. Take care of yourself mentally, physically, and I see you both on the social and apps and everything. So have a great rest of your day. Thank you again.
Thanks, Wayne.
Thanks, Wayne.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
All right. Thank you, all three of you. And we are going to move on to our next speaker. Hashtag Tech Inclusion. Please share in the chat. Love your chats. Also share on the Twitter so that people outside of the chat can see too. And we are going to. Also we have a Tech Inclusion job board. So if you're looking for a job, go to techinclusion.co/jobs. And also we have the career fair in 2 days on Wednesday. So good thing to just register for that. And you can upload your resume, and 20 companies that are hiring will see your resume as well. So moving on, we have a talk. Is Ronnie here? There. Awesome. All right, I'm going to just give you the floor. I will take down my screen so you can have.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right. Hi, everyone. I'm just going to share my screen. Can I get a sense of whether you can see my slide there? My opening slide with my name? If someone doesn't mind just confirming. I can't hear or see you, sorry. So I think I need to hear confirmation.
Yeah, we can see it. We can see it. Yeah, and people are saying so in the chat too.
Awesome. Thank you. All right. So hello, everyone. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the country that I'm joining you all from today in my mother tongue of Bahasa Indonesia. So pertama-tama saya ingin mengutarakan rasa hormat saya kepada tuan tanah tradisional tanah di mana saya berada, terutama kepada kebangsaan Kulin. So firstly, I'd like to begin by paying my respects to the traditional custodians of the land that I'm joining you from, especially to the people of the Kulin Nation. My name is Rani Pramesti, and I'm the Strategic Advisor to Creatives of Color. I'm just going to quickly audio describe myself as well as the slide. So I'm a Chinese Indonesian person in my early 30s. I have black hair. I'm wearing black rimmed glasses and a blue bandana and a maroon woven scarf, as well as a bright yellow top. And on the slide, on the right-hand side, there is a circle painted in gradients of blue and gray. And in the middle of the circle, there are 3 people engaged in 3 creative activities. So one person is taking a photograph, another person is dancing, and another person is holding a book. So a bit about Creatives of Color. Creatives of Color is a shared space and online platform for creative people of color by creative people of color, based on Kulin country in so-called Melbourne in Australia. Our vision is for supportive, well-resourced, joyous, and thriving creative communities of color. And our values include accessibility, community, compassion, decolonization, experimentation, and transparency. And we are open to our vision, mission, and value statement evolving as we evolve. So I wanted to share a little bit about how we came to be. And on this slide, there's a close-up of the previous image in the circle, and also includes an additional figure who is holding a paintbrush and wearing an orange hat. So how Creatives of Color came to be was actually following a series of traumatic experiences navigating the predominantly white so-called Australian creative sectors. In 2019, I was part of a startup accelerator program that was designed to introduce creatives to the lean startup methodology. Unfortunately, though, this predominantly white environment became quite unsafe, which led me to drop out. What followed after was that we ended up applying the customer validation interview process to the experiences of creatives of color. So if you'd like to find our full research findings, including the top 12 problems that we identified, you can please go ahead to our website, creativesofcolor.com. On this slide, there is an image in the middle of the circle of a group of people of color of various dark brown, light brown, and tan skin, and multicolored hairdresses and very bright red hair looking towards the left. Whoever is sharing the platform with me, I can hear you. I'm not sure if maybe you might need to mute yourself. Thank you. So what I want to do today with all of you, though, is to practice our value of transparency. And at Creatives of Color, how we define that is we make time to share our processes with the communities that we work with. So actually what I'd like to share with you today is some top of mind questions that we've been grappling with through and at Creatives of Color. So firstly, what is our responsibility as settlers on colonized country? On this slide, at the center of the circle, there is a question mark, which is populated by illustrated heads, again in dark brown, light brown, and tan skin color, and the heads are moving from left to right. So what is our responsibility as settlers on colonized country? If you think that this question might not apply to you in America, because maybe you think that colonization was so long ago, I invite you to be curious about that. And I would like to try to answer this question by stating my positionality and what I carry in my body as a Chinese Indonesian person. So I was born and raised in Indonesia, a country that was under 3.5 centuries of Dutch colonial control. And during the colonial times, segregation was very strictly applied, whereby European, or the so-called Europeans, were placed at the very top. And then Vreemde Oosterlingen, or anyone that was from the so-called Far East, was in the middle. So that included people from my family who are Chinese descent, but also people of Indian descent and people of Arab descent. And then down the very bottom was the so-called Inlander, or so-called natives. Now, being in the middle of this political, social, and economic hierarchy meant that my family enjoyed certain privileges, but also suffered racial violence at the hands of both the European colonial masters and also at the hands of the so-called inlander or natives. In fact, it was this form of racial violence which is why and how I came to be in so-called Australia in the first place, when racial violence exploded as part of a revolution in 1998. Now, Australia, like America, I would argue, is a colony. And unlike other countries, the colonizers never left. So one of the key questions that I'm constantly grappling with personally, but also professionally, is what is my role as a settler in a colony that continues to disproportionately kill First Nations people? And I will say that bluntly because that is a fact. Living in a colony disproportionately kills First Nations people. So through Creatives of Color, we've been asking ourselves, how can we be a part of channeling resources and helping to create spaces where First Nations mobs or First Nations people can self-determine what they need from and through their creative practice? So for example, at the end of this month, our First Nations co-facilitator, Jack Shepherd, who is from the Tagalaka clan, will be facilitating a Sovereign Elders dance workshop, which is open to First Nations elders Australia-wide. The second question I'd like to posit is, how can we be alive to moment-by-moment shifts in power? And I just want to thank my co-facilitator, Komang Rosie Kleins, for holding Creatives of Color accountable to this question. So Rosie and I were in the Lean Startup Accelerator program together last year. And initially, it made sense for it to be the two of us doing that work because we were actually conducting customer validation interviews with Indonesian international students. And both of us are of mixed Indonesian-Australian heritage. But then when we dropped out of that accelerator program and pivoted to become what is now the platform Creatives of Color, we found ourselves as two Asian people running a platform like Creatives of Color, two people that, again, I would argue with relative proximity to whiteness, who found ourselves with some gatekeeping power, some access to resources, networks, and opportunities. And so we kept this conversation alive between the two of us in terms of the power dynamics of running a platform like Creatives of Color. So what we've tried to do since then has been an attempt at redistributing that power, redistributing the resources, the networks, and opportunities by recruiting two new co-facilitators, one First Nations co-facilitator, Jack Shepherd, whom I mentioned before, and then one Black identifying, and in this case, South Sudanese co-facilitator, Bigwa Chol. Next up, I'd like us to think about what is our relationship to work. And I'm just going to have a quick sip. So how I'm trying to answer this question is starting with, again, what have I inherited, or what have we inherited from those before us in terms of harmful relationships to work? And again, I'd like to begin by learning from what resides in my body. My great-great-grandfather on my mother's side was a Chinese coolie who worked for a white master, so a Chinese indentured laborer. And my great-great-grandfather died from opium. Now, some of you might know that opium was useful for the white masters because it overrode the laborers' need to eat, drink, sleep, and also deadened pain. It also kept them in debt so that they had to keep working for their white masters. Now, this addiction to opium literally led to thousands of people laboring themselves to death. And it was designed to be so. So what are some harmful relationships to work that I may have inherited from my ancestors? At Creatives of Color, we have been deliberately channeling resources to prioritize rest and reflection. In fact, one of our most popular offerings was actually the Rest and Reflect residencies, which was a series of micro grants that we paid, where we paid Creatives of Color to commit to resting and reflecting for a period of half a day a week for 4 weeks in a row. And we didn't ask for any outcomes. All that we asked for was brief reflections to the following questions. What did this residency make you think about? How did this residency make you feel? And what is your relationship to rest? All right, so before I reveal the final question, I would like to thank my colleagues in Aotearoa, which is the First Nations or Maori name for so-called New Zealand, for this following question. What is our 500-year vision? What values do we want to guide us to get us there? And how can we practice these values in how we treat our bodies moment by moment, day by day? And finally, I'd like to leave you with a final provocation, which is that in order to achieve justice and equity, we need to begin with our bodies. So if you'd like to be a part of discovering, experimenting, and practicing together, please reach out to us at Creatives of Color AU and creativesofcolor.com. And thank you so much, Tech Inclusion, for having me today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was amazing. Really appreciate you. All right. That you're going to hear ums in between here. Sorry, that's my filler for what means is I am working on sharing my screen because it's a little bit different in Crowdcast. So, all right. So here we are. So we want to move right along here. And Jennifer, are you there? Okay. Sounds like that is still being worked on. Oh, Jennifer is here in the chat, Wayne Sutton. Well, all right, then I am going to just fill the space a little bit with a poll. So we're going to try something new here. So while we're waiting, if you all would take out your phones and hey, Jennifer, if y'all would take out your phones and go to menti.com and use this code 4997420. And if somebody could put that in the chat and just let us know what motivates you to improve diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I will put that in the chat while Jennifer is talking, and then we'll revisit that when we have a little bit of time in between sessions. All right. Now I'm going to hand it over to Jennifer.
Great, thank you so much. Let me just share my screen real fast, and then let me know once you can see it. Okay, there we go. Okay, I think I see that it's up on the screen. So let's get started. So hi, everyone. My name is Jennifer, and I'm super excited here to be talking at Tech Inclusion. So thank you so much to the organizers of Tech Inclusion for having me here. And today, what I'm going to be talking to you guys about is improving diversity in boardrooms, and specific to my own unique experiences. It'll be in the context of nonprofit boardrooms. But hopefully it's something that you guys can take away and maybe apply more broadly. So just by a little way of introduction, I'm Jennifer again. I'm a director of product innovation at Visa for North America. And then I also currently sit on the advisory board for a nonprofit called Spark Program. So hopefully by the end of today's talk, what you guys will be able to learn is we'll cover a few items like why join a board at all, ways to find different board opportunities, the different types of boards you may encounter, expectations of what a board member is expected to kind of contribute, and then how you can actually personally contribute to that board. All right. So just to kick off a little bit, I wanted to first start off with what my personal journey is and how I ended up serving on a nonprofit board. So my background has always been pretty deep in tech. If you see, I currently, again, am at Visa. Prior to that, I was at the fintech company Stripe. And then before that, I was at Microsoft. And because I've always been so kind of deeply integrated with tech, this actually comes out in the types of causes that I feel passionate about and also the influences the type of nonprofits that I pursue. So when I was at Microsoft, that was kind of when I first started getting involved with nonprofits. There was an organization through work called the Global Give Back Circle, where it put our coworkers in touch with a girl from kind of a third world country who was kind of going through a tough time. And we were kind of there to kind of empower them to kind of open up their interests, explore different career paths, and then just keep on encouraging them through their education process until they kind of graduated and came out into the working world. So after that, I went on to launch my own nonprofit in the Washington, D.C. area called Girls in Tech DC, which was really focused on empowering women and youths in both technology as well as entrepreneurship. And then at this point, as I was kind of starting to think about next steps and different ways I wanted to get involved with nonprofits, I was really looking for something that would be not only a learning and growth experience for me, but also a way for me to give back to my community. So it just kind of naturally made sense for me to explore a more strategic role through a board position, which ultimately led me to Spark Program, which is a youth education program that kind of exposes middle school youths to careers in technology and kind of set them up with a mentor to go through different types of STEM-related projects. So this is kind of my own unique journey of how I got involved with nonprofits from different angles and eventually landed in a board role. But this journey can look wildly different from person to person. So just know that this is kind of one unique example. So let's move on and let's take a look at what the Spark Program board looks like. All right. So just to kind of describe it, there's kind of a few different people, I think maybe 10 folks in this picture. And if you take a look at this photo, you'll notice that there is actually a ton of different genders, ages, as well as ethnicities on our board, right? I'm on the left-hand side, right? And so just from the start, I want to dispel some common misconceptions around requirements for joining a board. Some assumptions that even I had years before when I first started looking for board positions was that, I'm not old enough, I don't have enough experience, I am not making enough money to donate large sums, and then I'm also not an executive of my industry. So none of these actually need to be true for you to be able to contribute to a board. Going back to this picture that we have on the screen, we are a very diverse group of people, but the one commonality that we all do share is that we're all very passionate about youth education and we're committed to that mission. So just to kind of reinforce that, I talked to Robin, who is the executive director of Spark Program, and she kind of left me with a quote that I thought really resonated with this theme. So to just kind of go through that quote, it's that boards look for diversity across every angle, age, geography, ethnicity, etc. Now, Robin herself has served on 14 boards in her lifetime and has been the executive director of 4 nonprofits. So she has seen quite a bit of different programs as well as boards and nonprofits. And she's really seen a lot of diversity come through in her own experience as well. Right. So let's move on. And before we go any farther, let's first pause and kind of go back to the basics. And I just want to start out with, what is a nonprofit? So a nonprofit organization is dedicated to furthering a particular social cause or advocating for a shared point of view. I think the key word here is cause. Whether you're participating as a volunteer or serving as a board member, I think it's important that the organization you're supporting is really aligned to your own personal cause. So what are some causes that resonate with you that you would want to spend the time, energy, and money into? For me personally, it has always been youth education and empowerment of women in tech. And if there's some intersection of that, that's awesome. But as you can see on this list, there are a ton of different causes that you may feel strongly about, right? There's animal welfare, environment, human rights, family support, health and medicine, etc. So I think once you've kind of taken the time to really think about what are those causes that you care about, and once you have them identified, then it's kind of onto the next step of thinking a little bit more tactically. So can you commit the time? We all have finite time. So some of the things you want to consider as you're thinking about joining a board position is frequency of meetings, right? Are they meeting on a weekly basis, a monthly basis? And do you have the time to contribute to that? Participation in events, right? Are you expected to go to fundraisers, award events, galas, etc.? Term limits. Sometimes boards have term limits where if you sign on to be a board member, you're expected to hold that position for maybe a year or 2 years. General responsibilities, this is kind of like preparing for board meetings, following up on action items, planning an event. And then occasionally on boards, there are subcommittees where if you want to kind of dive in a little bit deeper and get more engaged, you can sign up for one of these board committees and kind of be able to dedicate a little bit extra time. I was talking to a coworker of mine who is on a different board, and she kind of left me with this thought, which is that do you have the bandwidth to put meaningful time into a nonprofit? It doesn't have to be huge, but what you put in is really what you get out. All right. So now let's move on to what types of boards work better for you. I kind of mentioned this in the beginning, but you may run into a few different types of boards. Let's kind of tackle the first one, a governing board versus a working board. So a governing board is a little bit more traditional. This is kind of more advisory, strategic oversight, whereas a working board is a little bit more tactical. On a working board, you're kind of doing more of the programming, planning activities, and generally rolling up your sleeves for the groundwork. So depending on whether you're someone looking to take on a more strategic role, or maybe you're someone who likes getting involved with the day-to-day work, one might work better for you than the other. There's also no guarantees that the board that you join is going to stay static. So as an anecdote of evolution, for Spark program, the board I joined, it actually started out as a governing board where we were doing more advisory oversight. And then because of a change in leadership in the nonprofit, we ended up evolving into a working board because it required us to step in and become more involved with the tactical efforts as there was kind of this reorg. Depending on how big your organization is, you may also run into national versus local boards. National, again, this is kind of more broader oversight. You're more kind of focused on coordinating across several regions, whereas local, this is maybe if you prefer to be a little bit more plugged into your local community and closer to the regional staff and users that the nonprofit serves. All right. So next, let's talk about what are your goals for serving on a board? Be honest with yourself, right? Is it to make a difference, right? You want to give back to your community or support a cause. Maybe it's a growth opportunity. You want to become more strategic. You want to take on a leadership position. Skill set development. Maybe you want to try your hand at building partnerships for this nonprofit, or maybe kind of focused on launching a marketing campaign for the organization. Exposure and network. When you join a board, you have the opportunity to interact with other individuals on the board that maybe you admire or respect. And then finally, enjoy collaborating with others. There is someone on my board who is he's already retired, and he told me, he was like, Jen, I joined the board because honestly, I just miss being in a teamwork environment where I get to work with other people and collaborate with other people. Okay, so how can you bring value, right? What are ways that you can contribute to a board? Let's kind of get the first one out of the way, monetary contribution. At the end of the day, nonprofits need money. And typically on a board, it's not uncommon to have a contribution minimum required of board members. Again, this varies from board to board, so kind of do your research before you sign up. Personal and professional network, right? Maybe you have contacts within your personal network or professional network that you can connect to the nonprofit that would be able to help contribute in an extended manner. So depending on the nonprofit, maybe this is connecting them with a political party or a stakeholder group that would benefit this organization. Reputation and clout. Maybe you're someone with a public profile and the nonprofit would be able to get exposure through your reputation and therefore develop more credibility. Experience. Maybe you've been on boards of nonprofits in the past that were facing similar challenges, and you can apply those learnings to this current board. Unique skills. Maybe you're very, very good at something very specific or niche like growth or marketing, and it's something that you can kind of contribute and bring to this organization. As an anecdote, I was speaking to the CEO of a nonprofit recently, and she was like, I really wish I had an attorney on the board because we're going through all these governance related efforts and we don't really know what we're doing. Right. And finally, perspective. This is a great example of how junior board members can add value. Junior board members bring fresh perspective, challenge assumptions, and really show more traditional boards a new way to do things differently. An example of this is that I know a nonprofit that's kind of focused on youths, is specifically around the 14-year-old range, right? So their board actually has 25 seats, and every quarter they actually reserve 2 of those 25 seats to be rotated out by 14-year-olds each quarter. This way, they're getting the voice of the demographic that they're actually working with be represented on the board. Okay. So now let's talk about common board responsibilities. First, fiduciary duties. Maybe you are kind of responsible for reviewing and approving budgets for the organization. There's also the hiring, reviewing, and defining of compensation for the CEO or the executive director. This one's pretty standard. Attending board meetings and major events, actually just kind of being present and being there for the events. Serving on committees, I kind of mentioned this before, but some boards kind of have subcommittees. So if you have the extra time and interest to dedicate, maybe serving on a fundraising committee or a marketing committee. Being an advocate of the mission. So going out there and kind of evangelizing the board's mission to your local or your own personal community. And then also recruiting new members. If you know of anyone who has similar passions and time to dedicate, maybe bringing them into the board as to kind of help move the board forward. Okay, so now let's get to the topic of how to join a nonprofit board. These are kind of a few different ways I've seen people kind of get their foot in the door. So the first one is contact a known nonprofit directly. Maybe you already know of an organization that you admire, that you want to serve. I know of a friend who is on the board and of a food incubator nonprofit. And she told me how she kind of got connected was that she had a favorite neighborhood eatery that she would constantly frequent. And one day she was talking to the owner and found out that they were part of this food entrepreneurship incubator that was focused on women business owners. This incubator happened to be a nonprofit, so she kind of got connected through this local bakery and then ended up serving on the board. So research online. This is honestly how I did it. I kind of went through this process that I've been describing in this talk, which is I identified my causes and then kind of thought about like my time and contribution availability. And then based on that, I went out, kind of did my own research online, reached out to different nonprofits and just had conversations. Board match events. So these are pretty fun and probably something post-COVID that you guys can look into. But there are board match events, which is basically almost kind of like a board career fair. Nonprofits get brought in who are actively seeking board members, and then folks who are seeking board positions all kind of come together, and it's almost kind of like a speed dating event. And then transitioning within a nonprofit. I've seen a few instances of this with my own nonprofit where maybe someone who is a staff or a volunteer is just so engaged with the nonprofit. Eventually, either we ask them to kind of transition onto the board or they express the desire and we kind of take them through the process. And then finally, contact your network. So take a look at your LinkedIn, your friends, your coworkers, your alumni associations. Maybe someone you already know who is in your network is already connected through a board, and maybe they're actively looking to bring people on. Reach out to them and see if they're open to chatting. All right. So once you've kind of identified a board, maybe you're in the process of talking to them, I would say the next step is just do your research, right? A few of the questions that I think about before kind of signing on for a board is, what is the mission of the nonprofit? And again, does it align to my own personal passions and causes, right? What is the financial condition of the nonprofit? If they're struggling, are you actually able to make a difference and help, right? Who are the other board members, and are you excited to work with them? What is the rate of board turnover? This may be a good indication of if something is happening behind the scenes that you might want to dig deeper into. How does the board work with the executive director, with the staff? Is it kind of deeply engaged, or is there kind of more siloed experience? And what is it that you're looking for, right? Can I observe a board meeting? This is something that I did myself. So before signing up for the board for Spark program, I had actually requested if I could sit in on a few of the board meetings, just kind of see what were the things that they talked about and how they were getting involved with the nonprofit. And then finally, what are the highest priorities in the next few months? By asking this question, it kind of gives you an indicator of possibly what you will be working on as soon as you join. All right. So finally, just to kind of wrap it up, just go back to a little bit of what my experience looks like. I can talk pretty openly about what I've gotten from my experience of serving on the Spark program board, and that is personal growth and development. I felt like I've been kind of stretched in a more strategic way that I haven't been in kind of my previous involvements with nonprofits. Fulfillment outside of my day job. I do a very corporate day job, and it's just nice for me to kind of take my mind out of that mindset and kind of put it in a different context where I'm working towards something that I'm passionate about. Engaging events and activities that are for a good cause. I love a well-planned, fun event that I can bring all of my friends to, but I still know that I'm like kind of working towards some greater good. And then also just a great group of friends. So like even with everyone on the board, even though we are from so many different backgrounds, genders, ages, ethnicities, regularly I still contact them outside of work and still hang out with them because I honestly feel like we've developed quite a bit of friendship and rapport across the group. All right. And so I think that's it for my talk. Thank you guys so much for attending. And if you guys have any questions, feel free to reach out, get connected. Happy to answer any questions.
Awesome. Thanks, Jennifer.
Yeah,
Appreciate it. Yeah. All right. So the poll is still up, but just so you all see here, some of the responses coming in, and feel free to continue putting your responses in. I'll check in one more time. But it seems definitely fairness and social justice, paying it forward, giving back, and I want to be a good leader are top. Followed and kids, grandkids, and the next generation. So interesting to kind of see what's motivating you. Please continue to fill out the poll, and I'll check in on it later. In the meantime, really excited to bring on a guest who has been a speaker who has been involved in tech inclusion for some time. I think since we had our first Ability in Tech conference back in 2016. John Moore, are you there, John?
No, not yet.
Not yet. John's not here yet. Okay. John will be coming up shortly. He's going to be talking about establishing a fully inclusive workforce by hiring people with disabilities. Super important conversation. Checking in the chat, y'all. How are you feeling? It's 10:36 a.m. here in San Francisco. How are you all doing? Where are you all? All right. And really appreciate all the chats happening alongside it. I know for most speakers, certainly for me as I'm speaking, it helps to know what y'all are thinking, what's resonating for you, and the, we can't see everybody's faces in this virtual environment, but we can. But the chat definitely helps kind of inspire and give confidence and all those things. It's one of those things in the remote workplace that we don't think too much about, but that confidence building and that reassurance and knowing that people are here and listening is really helpful. Orange County, Chattanooga, Atlanta, DC, awesome. In San Francisco, John is in the chat. NYC, Ithaca, Oakland, Portland, Brooklyn. Hello, everyone. Seattle, my hometown. Well, Oakland and then Seattle. Oakland, is that Paraguay? Awesome. Los Angeles, Illinois, Reno, East Bay, California, Maine, Durham, DC, San Jose, Philly. Awesome. That's so cool.
Okay. John is coming.
All right, John is coming. London, North Africa. We're in North Africa. Awesome. Let us know. All right, John. Great to see you. I'm going to take down my slides so you can take it away here, but it's great to see you. Welcome, and I will come back in about 20 minutes. All right, thanks.
Great, well, thank you. Good to see you, and I'll have the interpreter sign for me for my presentation part. Great. Well, hello, everyone. My name is John Moore, and I am the National Customer Relations Manager for T-Mobile Accessibility. My role is to oversee the accessibility products and services for the deaf, hard of hearing, deaf, blind, speech disabled, blind, and low vision. I have 27 years experience working with the disabled community and my expertise in hiring people with disabilities. As the new T-Mobile, we are proud to combine with Sprint, a company that has been providing accessible products and services for 30 years. We are excited to bring together the two leading companies and industries for accessibility to better serve our customers and support our employees. Sprint Accessibility is a leader of telecommunications relay services in the country. And additionally, Sprint Accessibility is comprised of a diverse team of employees including individuals with disabilities, which provide unique perspectives for consumers and accessibility information and communications and technology. Now, part of the Uncarrier and working to integrate Sprint accessibility, which we are expanding and rebranding and becoming T-Mobile Accessibility. So I'm here to talk about disabilities and hiring people with disabilities in the workplace. I just want to give you a few facts. 1 in 6 have a disability. And many of us in this chat room probably have at least one member or more with some type of disability. And many people with disabilities are unemployed, especially the deaf and blind, which is approximately about 80%. People with disabilities who are not employed by the age of 25 will stop seeking to enter the workforce. And this is a very challenging part, because I know the Department of Vocational Rehabs are trying to work on the youth to inspire them to get into the workforce as quickly as possible. It is a talented and unrepresented community that we need to ensure we engage a full inclusive environment. I'd like to ask if your company does have an employee resource group. Do you have one for people with disabilities? But we do know is only 50% of major corporations only have ERGs for people with disabilities. And this is a gap that needs to be addressed and needs to be changed to ensure that people are included in the workspace with disabilities. Just 1 second here. As the co-chair of accessibility community at T-Mobile, part of the T-Mobile's employee resource group network, which is one of the most robust in the country, nearly 30,000 active employees nationwide, connecting, supporting each other, and raising awareness. Alone is comprised of 11,300 members with people engaging with disability space. What has our ERG done? Well, we've had the ADA 30th anniversary celebration. We've had Mental Health Awareness Month, Autism Awareness Month, National Disability Employment Awareness Month, local and national sponsorships for Special Olympics. New this year, starting offering American Sign Language classes for our employees. We also have a self-ID option for employees to identify with a disability to help start the conversation and how to best support them at work. It's a key benchmark in measuring our hiring success for people with disability. My own personal journey started when I was 17 months with spinal meningitis. I have a severe, profound hearing loss. During the 70s and 80s, there was no tech solutions for me. I was sat in the front row. They also didn't discover my deafness until 3 years later, and which really was a delay in my language development. And so I started kindergarten with no hearing aid until they discovered that my teacher couldn't teach me in the classroom. So I had some intervention and my first hearing aid. And the challenges were very difficult for me. I was isolated, missed out on opportunities, and picked on, teased on. My speech was very challenging at the time. And when I graduated from high school, my writing level was in 5th grade at the time. And so I decided to attend a deaf hard of hearing program at Ohlone College in Fremont, where I enrolled into learning American Sign Language and also getting additional support with English and writing. However, there was a positive moment, and I look back, is the school offered vocational services for people with disabilities. And there was a partnership opportunity with Safeway. And I was 16, 17 years old. And for me, my fear was, how am I going to work? My family's fear, my mom's conversation, what are we going to do with John? How is he going to be able to support himself? And just all that surrounding me. And Safeway took a chance on me, and I became a bagger. And it was tough in a grocery store, bagging, and a lot of misunderstandings. And but it gave me so much confidence that it was a starting point in my life to be feeling good about myself and making money and being independent. And so it really was a game changer for me. But at my workspace today at T-Mobile, I am supported by staff interpreters, captionings, and we have a supported, dedicated team of people to support our team with disabilities. But I want to talk to you about recruiting and how you can create a journey for people with disabilities. And the previous presentation, all about nonprofits. There are so many nonprofit organizations out there that specializes in particular disabilities, from autism to deaf to blind, learning disabilities, and etc. Those are great opportunities to be engaged. And also colleges and universities most of the schools do offer disabled student service program. I graduated from San Jose State University, and I was part of the disabled student service program. And those are great ways to meet students for hiring, informational interviews, partnership, mentoring, engaging, and learning about the individuals with disabilities and engaging in the ability to hire people with disabilities. To really change, to bring people into the workforce, as we have a traditional process for fill out the application online and etc. It's very challenging for people with disabilities in that part because maybe the websites may not be accessible. The networking is very limited. If you engage in the nonprofits and universities, you will get a buy-in and more opportunities for talented people to participate in the work inclusion of your company. So I just want to really point that out. And also, Medium has called with business advisory for people with disabilities, where you can volunteer and be a champion for someone. You can provide feedback and resume reviews and engaging in opportunities to bring them into the workforce with your company. And so, but I do want to talk to you about what T-Mobile's relationship with disability is. This is an amazing national organization. T-Mobile has participated in the Disability Equality Index since 2016 and 2018, become a leader partner. T-Mobile is excited to enter a whole new level of partnership with Disability In as presenting a sponsor and joining their Inclusion Works program and deepening our work with Disability In. We look forward to building on our commitment to diversity, inclusion by working together to increase access and opportunity for all people with all abilities at T-Mobile. Our primary focus is not the disability, but the abilities. What unique program does T-Mobile offer to make it such a great place for disability communities to work? T-Mobile has an incredible employee support networks at disability communities and their families. Our accessibility focus, Employee Resource Group, Accessibility Employee at T-Mobile provides an environment that advocates and supports our employees living with disabilities and their families, allows all families an opportunity to broaden their understanding, awareness regarding unique needs and talents in individuals with disabilities. AT members believe that accessibility is for all and is everyone's responsibility, and it is the mission to disable the label. We have resources dedicated to the T-Mobile disability hiring strategy with our HR, and we have established an accessibility task force focused on improving our accessibility practice throughout all lines of the business. At T-Mobile, we believe diversity brings a fresh perspective. Inclusion enables new and different thinking. No two people are alike, and no two people bring the same point of view. It's this divergent thinking help us best serve our customers and employees. Most recently, we have put a large focus on equity, which means creating an equal playing field and giving access to those who need it most. We have been humbled by the acknowledgement we receive on a national level of being an employer of choice for women, people of color, veterans, and members of the LGBTQ and disability communities, receiving top scores from a number of third-party recognitions, including the 100% score on disabilities and Disability Equality Index. 4 consecutive years prior to merging with T-Mobile, Sprint has also received the 100 score for 5 consecutive years. And these are the disability end has a application process where you fill out. You fill when you it has touch points of all the different parts of the accessibilities, from internally in serving your customers, or are your website accessible? Are you hiring people with disabilities? And major corporations are involved. This is a way to measure, ensure that your company is an accessible workplace for people with disabilities. And there are different score levels, but you'll get the feedback, and you're going to see gaps where you need to improve. This is a great opportunity for all of you to be engaged in the disability end. And one thing I do want to share, if you need any information, website, local, feel free to contact me. I'm glad to help out as all I can. And I just want to point that out as well. In closing, there is a documentary that I hope you all have an opportunity to watch. It's called CRIP Camp, CRIP Camp. It's on Netflix. It's a documentary of the disabled advocacy starting from the 50s all the way to the American with Disabilities Act signed in 1990. I really encourage you all to take the time to watch this amazing documentary of people advocating for disabilities. It's got some great history, and it's all many of it started in Berkeley, California. And one thing that I'm learning from my personal self is the understanding the intersectionality of our disabled community, ensuring that we are at T-Mobile are engaged in all aspects in recruiting and vendor choices that we're going through. One thing is with COVID-19 and work at home, people with disabilities is a great resource to tap into. It eliminates the transportation barriers some have. And for a deaf, hard of hearing person, they have their own video interpreting services at no cost to employees. They access it at home, it can be at work, but they may have their own accessibility technologies at home. They may not need to utilize what's available at work. And those are very simple tasks that can be accomplished. And last, and what's really important, is be a champion. I want to just say, for me personally, with my deafness, when I was 16, 17 years old, starting that job at Safeway, the vocational services and Safeway partnering together, it changed my life, and it made me thrive and pursue happiness and sense of independence. And so feel free, if any of you need information, contact me. I appreciate being here today with all of you, and want to thank the interpreters as well. Okay. I see you now.
Thank you, John. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, John. That was awesome. Great. Well, everyone, we are... Oh, I'm not able to share my screen for some strange reason all of a sudden. All right. It's telling me to use Chrome as a browser. Funny, I'm in Chrome. Okay, well, we're gonna take just a few minute break here, mainly for our captioner, because our captioner, Maggie, has been typing away for 2 straight hours and just needs a quick break. We'll be back in just 5 minutes. I wanna remind you that in the meantime, we have our Change Catalyst survey, and we would love it we love your help in filling that out. changecatalyst.co/allyship survey. And we'll see you just in 5 minutes. And Maggie, I don't know if you're seeing the thank yous in the chat, but there are thank yous here. Really appreciate you and all the work you do. Always. Maggie has been our captioner many times over the years. All right, taking a 5 minute break. We'll be back at 11 o'clock Pacific time. right, welcome back. Welcome back. For anybody just joining us, welcome to Tech Inclusion 2020. We are going to move on here, and I just want to share my screen here real quick. We're going to move on to the next speaker. So I think Wayne Sutton is working on getting Soumik onto the screen here. So I'm excited to have Soumik join us and talk about movement organizing in the age of Trump, COVID, and the global fight for justice. Super important conversation to be had right now, and looking forward to this conversation. And I hope you all have registered to vote and will be voting. And it looks like we have Soumik on screen.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, great to meet you. And I'm gonna just take myself out of here, so take a—
Terrific. Thanks so much to the Tech Inclusion folks for having me. I'm a last-minute stand-in. My good friend Alfred Johnson, the CEO of Mobilize America, was scheduled to give this talk about the importance of technology and organizing tools in politics. Unfortunately, a family emergency kept him away, so I am a last-minute stand-in. I'm going to share my screen and walk you through a little bit about what we focus on at Higher Ground Labs and the important role we believe technology plays in organizing 21st century progressive politics in particular. My background is I spent the majority of my career working with Barack Obama. I worked on his first 2008 campaign in the White House with him and on the re-elect, and was astonished by the advantage that Democrats had in technology and digital tools. And in a short period of time, much of that evaporated, in part because we were not investing in these products as standalone entities over time. We were unfortunately sort of subjected to the boom-bust cycles of electoral politics, and that led us to fall behind. And so I have built, with my co-founder's help, a evergreen venture fund that constantly invests in for-profit startups that support democratic campaigns and causes. And I'm here to walk you through a little bit of our story and the importance of what we do. So I talked about this in the beginning a little bit, but there's this distressing boom-bust cycle in politics. Every 4 years, billion-dollar startups come together. And then after an election, the day after election day in many cases, the campaigns just disappear. The people disappear. The technology by law cannot be transferred out. And we end up sometimes starting from zero the day after an election day, rather than building on what we've done in the past. And in conjunction with this, something truly distressing has happened, which is that American attention has entirely shifted online, but Democrats really had not for some period of time. Every volunteer has a smartphone in their pocket, yet we tend to hand them number 2 pencils and clipboards and ask them to knock on doors. And as you can see from the graph on the right, successful voter contact rates have been plummeting since 2008. When I started in campaigns in 2004, our blended contact rate between phones and doors, canvassing on calling people on phones and knocking on their doors, was around 35% in 2008. Today, that hovers at around 7%. And in conjunction with this, in particular, the young folks, the millennial voters and Gen Z voters have not received any presidential contact in 2016. Fewer than 1 in 5 millennials received any contact from a presidential in 2016. And it's abundantly clear that the tools we use to reach folks, the importance of energizing new coalitions of voters, many of whose voices have not been heard in the process, who are critical to realizing change, have not been contacted because they are not spending time in the places where our traditional organizing apparatus has. And the pandemic, the COVID pandemic in particular, has really rendered in-person organizing impossible for responsible parties. You know, we've registered around 2 million voters in 2016 on site, in person. We had 25 million voter contacts through canvassing efforts and in-person contacting efforts. And about 65% of traditional campaign budgets were raised from in-person fundraising events. So it really sharpened the need to have new technology that can help supplant some of the gaps that we are going to see in this election. And so what Higher Ground Labs has done over the last 3 years has married Silicon Valley investing to democratic politics to build a hub for innovation in political technology. We want to connect the entrepreneurs, the political investors, the operatives, the technologists, activists, progressive causes, and campaign, and be a constant place to reimagine the way we can organize progressive voters and put them into action quickly and effectively. And so over the last 3 years, we've organized ourselves much like Y Combinator. We've batched our startups in cohorts, and we've invested in now 36 startups, all of which are aimed at solving big problems on Democratic campaigns and causes. And as you can see from these logos, these companies range from volunteer software management like Mobilize America, to voter data solutions like Ballot Ready, to predictive analytics, to social listening, to online focus groups, to video optimization. There's a whole suite of work that needs to be done on campaigns that range from voter identification to activation to voting itself. And at Higher Ground Labs, our hope is to be able to provide the full suite of solutions through software rather than through services, so that we can lower the cost of running a campaign and cause and bring a more inclusive and diverse set of candidates to the forefront. You know, when running for office is inordinately expensive, you necessarily shrink the group of folks who can run for office, and we think that's incredibly unfair. And one of the things we're most grateful to see is that in 2020, if you think about the four corners of what's happening in this election, the presidential election itself in one corner with the Biden campaign, every congressional race and down ballot race in another corner, from every Senate race to every House race to down ballot races, to voting itself, things like vote by mail and voter registration online, to progressive advocacy groups in another corner. We are grateful to see that our portfolio companies are now playing central roles in all four corners of those importance, which I think speaks to the need and to the hunger for reliable software services that can make campaigns run a little bit better, a little bit cheaper, and a little bit faster. And so there's now a number of ways that you as a lay volunteer or activist can get involved. The first and foremost, and thanks to Alfred Johnson and Alan Kramer for building Mobilize America, is to be able to volunteer in the place where you are most needed, to understand where to go, how to sign up, and to be retained. You know, as simple as it may sound, the Democratic Party did not have a record of everybody who volunteered on every campaign in every state of the country. This was balkanized across Google Sheets and clipboards. And so every presidential election had to go find new volunteers and couldn't start from one standard database. And thanks to Mobilize America, we now have one volunteer software solution for the entire Democratic ecosystem. Over 3.5 million Democratic volunteers are now on that platform, and it's a great way to volunteer. The second way to get involved is, of course, relational organizing, texting and emailing and having conversations with your friends in battleground states. Our company Outvote is now used by the Biden campaign, by Planned Parenthood, by the DSCC and DCCC, the large campaign committees for House and Senate races, and is the best place for you to engage the people who know you best and who trust you most, to have conversations with them about politics. Third, if you want to make an informed choice about the entire ballot, there's a company called Ballot Ready that now can help inform you on where you're registered, where your voting location is, where your polling location is, and tell you about every single candidate and ballot referendum on your ballot. It turns out that a third of Democrats have left the down ballot blank for fear of making a mistake about an unknown candidate. And it's incredibly important to give just fair, accurate information about who is on the ballot, help people make a plan to vote, and do it really well. And so Ballot Ready today services close to 50 million American voters. Fully 14% of the Illinois primary election used Ballot Ready to make their plan to vote. I would encourage you guys to all check that out. And then finally, getting in touch with your elected officials after you win an election is incredibly important. We sometimes are very good at ginning up a lot of energy in a campaign and don't translate that very well into the legislative process, which is of course just as important. And when I think about the importance of diversity and inclusion, the most historic achievements we've made have all been legislative. The Voting Rights Act, the Civil Rights Act, suffrage movement, the ADA, all of these happen through careful legislative movements that requires coordinating the electoral action we have on campaigns and then marching lockstep in a legislative fight. And what New Mode does is help you contact any legislature in the country, state or federal, multi-channel, to bring your voice into the process. One of the things I really want to pay attention to here is the importance of friend-to-friend outreach. This is a study from Analyst Institute that looked at every single mode of political outreach, from digital ads to phone calls to text messages, television ads, mail, canvassing, pledge cards. they looked at the efficacy of all of those and found that a message from a friend outperformed all of those things by a significant statistical difference. And what it tells us is that in low trust environments, which we operate in today, the ability to have friends contact friends is the single best use of all of our time. And so I would encourage you all to check out relational organizing technology, because I think it is the future of how we have to be able to campaign responsibly. I want to take a minute to just tell you a little bit more about Mobilize America, because it was the intended speaker for today, and what they've built is nothing short of astonishing in a short period of time. This is a company started by two founders in the wake of the Trump election. We happened to be their first investor, and we're proud supporters. They, in a short period of time, have become core infrastructure to the Democratic Party, where every single volunteer that is coming through on campaigns, whether it's any Senate race in the country, every House race in the country, the presidential campaign, or any cause organization, is doing it through Mobilize America. They have 3.5 million volunteers in the network. They estimate they have saved between 5 to 10 hours per week per staff member on campaigns, and have had 38% more shifts from the Mobilize network year over year, which is pretty astonishing. And so real kudos to Alfred and Alan. And more importantly, it's a testament to our need to get the talented engineers, designers, and entrepreneurs who may be listening to get involved, to think about building the next generation of political technology, and to hopefully think of Higher Ground Labs as a partner that wants to help you do that. Lastly, we're really focused on a need to improve diversity in technology. And in particular, we are happy to note that our numbers are slightly better than national averages. Almost 50% of our portfolio has female founders and co-founders, and 25% of our portfolio has co-founders that are people of color, but that is nowhere near close to where we want to be. And much of this requires partnering with the smart folks who are listening to this right now, and helping you realize that you can jump in with both feet and be a founder and help Democrats with software services for the next generation of technology, which I hope we can do together. So with that, I want to stop screen sharing, and thank you so much for your time. And if you have questions, I'm happy to answer them, but thanks for listening in.
Awesome, thank you. It does look like there may be a couple of questions in the Q&A under Ask a Question down at the bottom of your screen.
First question was, where can I, should I answer them now? Or?
Yeah,
Okay.
Go for it. You have a couple minutes.
The first question is from Dustin. He said, where can I learn more about legal prohibitions on transferring tech out of campaigns? Dustin, the McCain-Feingold campaign reform laws limited the amount of value that a campaign can receive. And that is the governing law that prevents a campaign from just building really valuable technology and giving it away to another campaign. There is a cap on the amount of value that can be transferred. As a result, you must pay what they deem to be fair market value for anything of value, specifically technology though as well, which is what limits campaigns from just building, the DNC, for example, just building technology and giving it away to other campaigns. There's a question from Lena on, do these products and services work in developing countries? Great question, Lena. Many of them do. The ones that are not dependent on the US voter file in particular are very, very helpful. And it's very much our goal to help organize progressives all over the world and arm them with great technology solutions to help them run their campaigns. You know, people like Steve Bannon had been organizing the right for a long time, and it's really important that progressive activists be able to share notes and compare best practices and even share good technology. There's a question from, oh, sorry. Do we have time for?
Yeah, one more, go for it.
I see, what are you doing to ensure that voter and volunteer information remains secure, from John Nicholas? John, this is an incredibly important question. We are doing a number of things. We've hired now 10 resiliency and security engineers who are doing audits of our best portfolio companies. We have partnerships with groups like HackerOne that are actually actively, we are paying them bounties to hack our best companies to show us where the vulnerabilities are that we must patch. But protecting the PII of both the voters and the volunteers is incredibly important and sensitive work.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for this. It's incredibly important to work right now. I do want to ask, did I mispronounce your name?
It was Shomik, like show me.
Shomik. Show, nice. Okay, apologies for that. Yeah, I really appreciate this presentation and all the work that you do and the work that Mobilize does. And thank you so much.
Great. And just so everyone's clear, I was joking about suing Higher Ground. I'll see you guys. Take care.
Awesome, Harry. Thanks. All right, everybody. As we work to bring on the next speaker, I just want to ask you all for a quick poll on 2020 in one word. 2020 in one word. How would you define this amazing year? And go ahead and fill that out, and I will check back in with you all after this. I know this is real. All right, it looks like we have Tito ready to go.
Yeah, hi friends.
Hello, welcome. And I can't wait for your presentation. So I'm gonna just take myself off screen and give you the floor.
Awesome. First, before I even start the presentation, I want to thank Antonia, Melinda, and the entire team at Change Catalyst for not only putting on this event, but creating a space for myself and other speakers to share our experiences and our ideas. And I think it's really important to create spaces for this, especially for marginalized and minority groups. So with that being said, give me a second here while I figure out how to show my screen to talk a little bit about, my tech journey as a triple minority. So hopefully you can see my screen here. Can someone keep me honest? Can you see my screen okay?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, great. So I want to start off by saying, as I go through my presentation today, I want to point out that I've mixed up the stories to the organizations that I referenced today to be respectful of the organizations that I previously worked for. And so with that being said, my agenda today is first, how do I define an underrepresented group? And then to humanize our conversation today, I want to share with you a little bit about who I am outside of my professional life as a solutions engineer, and then start to share, my work history and stories and experiences that I've had through the tech industry, and really focusing on microaggression and unconscious bias. And then lastly, share some insights into what has helped me get through these challenges. Now, I do want to note, I specifically added my dog Dozer here to the presentation for the mere fact that he's part of an underrepresented group as well in terms of breed, and he gets discriminated quite often. So I just wanted to give him a little love there. So with that being said, what is my definition of an underrepresented group? As it pertains to the workforce, my definition would be anyone that doesn't fall under the category of able-bodied, heterosexual, cis male. Now, I work with folks that fall both in the major category and also minority groups here. Now, I also want to point out that these groups and so many others experience discrimination, and I just want to make sure to acknowledge that. We have things in and above ethnic background, gender, sexuality. There was a presentation about ableism, both seen and unseen, ageism, religion, so many other categories that get discriminated against. But for today, I really want to talk about the 3 first bulleted points because that's where my personal experiences come from, at least for today's presentation. So, how do I identify? I identify as a queer, Asian, masculine, of center woman. And I think it's really important to learn the difference between identifying and labeling. Now, we've all been conditioned to label people to what we think they should be categorized as, rather than letting people label themselves and telling us what their preferences are. Now, I'll use myself as a prime example. People look at me and they think, and I've been told to my face, I'm butch, or you're butch. And in reality, that's not actually how I identify, and that's not a label that actually resonates with me. So simply saying, just give people the space and room to tell us how they identify, or maybe pick up on some cues before we immediately label others. And if you don't know, just ask. It's that simple. Now, a little bit about myself. My name is Teresa Doe. Everyone calls me Tito. It's literally my first initial, my last name. I've been going by Tito for about 20 years now, and I'm a senior solutions engineer at Gladly. And to personalize this experience, I want to share a little bit about, the sum of my parts. essentially the three core pillars that keep me vertical and a sane human being. First is my mom. She is literally my superhero. Secondly, my two dogs, Ruby and Dozer. They have taught me the lessons of unconditional love, being present, and patience. And I'm underscoring patience. And then lastly, my partner, Danny. She is my adventure partner. She goes with, any travel idea that I might have. She also backs me out of a lot of ideas that I might have because it's quite necessary. And she absolutely keeps me grounded. Now, I want to talk and focus more on my mother because she is that person that framed up my definition of work. And she's faced her own exclusion in her lifetime as well. Now, my mom immigrated during the war, leaving her 8 siblings and her mother behind. And in the midst of bombs dropping, a US naval ship came, picked her up, and basically shipped her out to Guam, where she was a refugee for 6 months, and then landing in California afterwards. 2 years later, she had me. And as a single mother, she worked 3 jobs to provide a roof over our heads, food for us to eat, and was able to afford private school for myself. And as a kid, I never felt like I missed out on anything. And it wasn't until I entered the workforce that I really understood the sacrifices that she made to ensure that I had a good life. And this includes putting her life at risk. Now, it wouldn't be for another 26 years that she'd ever see her family again and her dying mother. Now, I bring this up because her work ethic are second to none, and she really instilled the importance of work. And as I grew older, I realized the expectations were really high, not because of any pressures my mom put on me other than, succeeding in school, but because I knew I had no safety net. I was an only child with no siblings. The only family I had here was my mom, no uncles, no aunts. So failure was not an option. And so with that being said, I entered my second year of school while studying sociology. And while in school, I started working for a financial institution of all things as a temp at a Fortune 500 company. And that was just pure luck. I needed to work to contribute to the family. I went to a temp agency and they just happened to pair us up. And I eventually grew into a full role at this company and ended up staying with them for almost a decade. Unfortunately, this is where I first experienced workplace aggression. Now, to give you some context in how I moved within this professional space at this organization, I was completely out as a queer person. I had a pretty good, and consistent performance reviews, and I made some really great friendships there. However, on one particular Christmas, I received a Bible as a gift with a handwritten note inside that basically read, "I hope you follow the path of God." Now, not only was this insulting because this person had no idea what my religious beliefs were, but, this was coming from a director level person that was well known for her religious beliefs. And regardless, I was really dumbfounded and confused. Why would anyone give me a Bible? And it had nothing to do with my work, and it had nothing to do around the conversations that I wasn't having about my own religious beliefs. It was almost as if I was walking around with horns, protruding from my forehead. And this was my first experience of outright work aggression. And I want to pause really quickly to define what work aggression is. And it's pretty self-explanatory in the sense that it's aggression that happens in the workplace. But I think we need to peel back that first layer of the onion and understand that workplace aggression can also include a wide range of behaviors ranging from, verbal acts to physical attacks or things like this in the story I just mentioned. And I think leaders have to understand that workplace aggression can decrease the ability of a person to do their job and to do it well. And as a human being, it leads to physical declines in health and mental and emotional problems as well. Now, I bring all of this up to basically highlight what I consider to be an even scarier type of aggression in the workplace, which would be microaggression. Now, I'm not going to spend time reading this slide to you, but I do want to focus on this bottom area here in terms that microaggression is that indirect, subtle, unintentional discrimination against members of a specific group, in this case, marginalized group. And I think this is even more dangerous than the outright aggression because it's unintentional and it's unconscious. And one of the unfortunate consequences in that is that the perpetrators are actually well-intentioned people, and they might be people that have close relationships with, and they're really unaware of the hidden messages being communicated to you. So the question here is how do we address, microaggressions? Now, before I talk about the solution, let me share another experience to highlight an instance of microaggression. About 18 years ago, I just aged myself. I got my foot in the door at my first tech startup, and I started as a tech support engineer, sitting behind a support desk, and eventually grew into an SE role, and then started to manage the solutions engineer on the SMB space. And I quickly discovered how much I really love being an SE from that moment to this day. And not to pat myself on the back, but if you'll give me this brief moment, I just want to say that I killed it. And I found myself with consistent winning records at really high volumes. And I was so proud of my work there, and I still am. Now, being an SE, I was paired up with a few different reps, and that's just how it works. And there's this one rep that really stood out to me, and he still stands out in my mind today. Now, in working with him, I try to strategize with him on deals, and he'd always suggest, get so-and-so involved. And by so-and-so, insert a male colleague's name. Now, keep in mind, even with a winning record, he'd start to delegate trivial tasks to me to do, which felt more like busy work than contributing meaningfully to closing deals. Now, he's a really nice guy, but this was his pattern. For every single deal we engaged on, it was always, can you check with so-and-so to see what he thinks? I spent so many nights thinking about my communication style with him, what I might have done to cause him to not want to interact with me in the same way that he interacted with my colleagues. Then it started to occur to me that I wasn't the problem. The problem was that the only visible difference between my colleagues and myself was my perceived gender. Now, this is a real life example of a microaggression, and let's just assume in this case it was due to gender. No one will really know, right? But in this case, it was two genders, same role, same obligations, different outcomes in terms of interactions. Now, how do we address microaggressions? Similar to workplace aggression, microaggressions can play a big role in employees' productivity. And if we really want to start solving the problem, companies and leaderships within the company, they really need to be aware and believe that microaggressions exist, and that problem is a real thing. Randall Peterson, who's a professor of the organizational behavior and director of Leadership Institute of the London Business School, I think he put it perfectly. He basically said, the most productive response in workplace is actually to confront the microaggressor. Now, the key here is to approach the problem with a growth mindset versus a fixed mindset. I know it may sound silly, but research has actually suggested if you're positive about the prospects of change in the person you confront, the more positive outcomes for both the perpetrator and the victim of the microaggression. Now, what are the similarities and differences between microaggression and implicit or unconscious bias? Now, for the most part, they're both unconscious. And as a refresher, a microaggression is that indirect or subtle discrimination against a member of a group. Whereas unconscious bias and implicit bias, now use these two terms interchangeably, is an unconscious attitude and stereotypes that can manifest in things like the workplace, school, criminal justice system, and so forth. Now, there are different types of implicit biases ranging from categories of race, gender, and sexuality. And these biases often arise as a result of really trying to navigate patterns of the overwhelming stimuli that we call the complicated world. So what I mean by that is things like culture, media, and even your upbringing can contribute to the development of these biases. And the truth is, removing these biases is challenging. It's especially challenging because we don't often know that they exist. And something to keep in mind here as well, just as a tidbit, is my belief is unconscious bias is nurtured by the language that we use. And I'm going to share another experience with you to help better articulate an implicit bias experience. Around this time, I was working at a really small startup, and I reported directly to the CEO and co-founder. I was so excited to hit the ground running because I worked really hard to reach this level and title in my career. And I remember an incident around Halloween. Now, for some context, Halloween was one of the company's favorite holidays. And so we went all out, during lunch breaks, during the leading up to Halloween, we'd all go out and buy decorations. And some of the more tenured folks would pre-order huge items to get them delivered to the office, for decorations. And, we had a costume contest and, potlucks and ordered lunch together. And as we're celebrating, and as I'm sitting there around this table, I clearly recall a coworker handing me an envelope of receipts and asked me to divide the sum and get the payment from everyone for the decorations and the foods and all that. And, being the new kid at school, I was so happy to have a task and to contribute. But I was really curious and I blurted out, why me? With a straight face and direct eye contact, he said, Asians are really good at math and it won't take you long. To be fair, I have my moments. Sometimes I'm good at math and it's not because I'm Asian, it's because I love logic. And to be fair, sometimes I really suck at math. If you ask Danny for me, who pays the check, she does, because I cannot calculate tips for the life of me. But all that being said, this is an example of an implicit bias. And to call the elephant out in the room, this is pushing a little bit against racism, which is one of the downfalls of implicit bias. Now, how can we solve for implicit bias? As it pertains to the workplace, we really need to test our own unconscious bias and explore it. 3 things to think about is understand that unconscious bias is actually normal. The tendency is to think that having a bias, that makes us bad people. But neuroscience has shown that we're actually hardwired to prefer those who are familiar or have commonalities with us. Now, this is the key here, is what makes biases bad is the lack of awareness in regard to how it might influence our decisions and impact others. The second point to think about is, try identifying your bias and their potential impact, right? Think about your own decision-making patterns and what biases might be happening there. Consider how these may play out in the workplace. How does unconscious bias affect the people you invite to a meeting? Who do you speak to more easily, and whose opinions influence your own decision-making? And the last point here is broaden your viewpoint and educate others. When identifying a negative bias that makes you feel uncomfortable, learn about those ideas or that individual or that group and understand why that makes you uncomfortable. And then when you're making critical decisions, ensure that you invite people to broaden your viewpoint and to balance out any hidden biases. And then, if you identify a colleague that might be making a decision based off of their own biases, engage with them in a constructive conversation. Now, all that to say, just be sure to step back and just ask yourself, what biases might I have? What impact does it have in the workplace and to my colleagues and to my friends? And what will I do about this? Now, this is the $1 million question. What is the solution to inclusion? And to be quite frank, I don't have the answer. But what I can do is share my experiences and what has been helpful to me as a person of color and a triple minority, and what other allies have done that have been so helpful to help pave the way. First, as a triple minority, when colleagues and friends ask me questions, that is so helpful. When they're curious about my experiences and my stories. Secondly, when they advocate for me because they're in the majority group. An example of that is, quite frankly, as a person of color of smaller stature, I get talked over quite often. And many times I'll try to raise my voice to make sure I'm heard. And sometimes that doesn't work. And so when I have, people that are in the majority group saying things like, hang on, she's speaking, let's hear her out. That creates space and that gives us the room to breathe, to speak, and to share. As allies, notice your patterns, understand them, and ask yourself the hard questions. Again, we all have biases. Ask yourself what these biases are and what you can do about this and how you can help support, the minority and the marginalized groups. Now, I know this is a big conversation and it's hard to kind of talk about and share so much in a short amount of time. So I'd love to continue the conversation. And with that being said, again, thank you to the Change Catalyst team. And if anybody wants to reach out for further conversation, please feel free to do so. Here's my information on the slide here.
Awesome. Thank you, Tito. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Appreciate that. Hard, important stuff, that inner work. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. We will, moving right along here, we're going to, so if you are if you're on Twitter, #TechInclusion, we're going to bring up CJ Johnson to talk about storytelling in the age of uncertainty. Hey, CJ. Good to see you.
Hi, everyone.
I will give you the floor.
How are you? How is everyone doing today? Very excited to be here. Just going to share my screen with you guys. Awesome. Yeah, so hi guys, my name is CJ Johnson. To give you a little bit of background on me, I'm a branding consultant, also a GQ insider, a Google Next Gen policy, tech policy leader, and I've been in the industry of entertainment, technology, and advertising for a long time, many years. I work a lot with startups to Fortune 50 companies, from building out marketing infrastructures to seeing how we can create campaigns to really mobilize people, get people involved, and really tackle how we can connect with each other using storytelling with our collective brands, whether it be your personal brand or a professional brand. So that's a little bit about what this presentation is about: tech inclusion, storytelling in the age of uncertainty. So the way that I devised this presentation, the way I devised this talk, is that I wanted to talk a little bit about these overarching issues that we're sort of facing right now, and what that kind of looks like through the lens of a futurist. And also offer some solutions and some great examples of what it is to be a really great storyteller when it comes to your brand. Everything that we're going to discuss applies to personal branding and corporate branding. So if you're a part of a larger entity, these tips that I'm going to share with you are going to be very helpful. If you are an individual, you can apply some of these tips to your own personal brand. So there's been so many amazing presentations so far, and I know a lot of people have covered so many different things of what's impacting society right now when it comes to technology and inclusion. But here are some of the general problems that we're facing right now. So what are the problems? Unpredictable seasons. COVID-19 still plays a pivotal role in our lives, leading to deaths, job loss, rise in depression, fatigue, and more. The United States is in the middle of a polarizing election season. The uncertainty of who the next president will be and the unpredictable nature of Trump only adds to more uncertainty. So expect more social issues and lifestyle choices to become more politicized and polarized, even heading into the first quarter of 2021. Unfairness. Unfairness or mistreatment was the #1 driver of turnover that cost the tech industry an estimated $16 billion annually, according to the Tech Lever study. The experiences of unfairness differs across groups, but 1/4 of underrepresented men and women of color, so they experience stereotyping in the workplace. Then we look at the rise of Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter isn't anything new. It's been around for years, but its resurgence in 2020 has led to an even bigger impact. Its impact of social awareness and justice has spotlighted an immediate need for change and social equality. This is global, so this isn't just a United States thing, this is a global thing. This affected all industries. It has even led to more marginalized communities to speaking out for social injustices demanding to be heard. So it's really important that we kind of have a good grasp on what these problems look like and how that impacts us in brand storytelling. I'm going to tie that all in together. So those are some of the problems. Here are some of the solutions. Diversity has business value. There is plenty of anecdotal evidence and empirical research from Harvard Business Review that shows heterogeneous teams brings gains while homogeneous teams create costs. The antidote to unfairness is, according to the Tech Leaver study, 60% of respondents said that they would have stayed at their company if the company had taken steps to create a positive and respectful work environment. And 57% of respondents would have stayed if the company had taken steps to create a fair and inclusive work culture. So those first two solution points, we talk about how diversity has a business value. That should very well tie into the overall brand storytelling of how you can impact and grow the value of your business. So a lot of times the excuse is that diversity is and inclusion is a very small, isolated problem, but it's actually a much larger issue that if we tackle, it not only brings a much more inclusive workforce, but it actually produces better results for your business. A really awesome solution, I know we've heard so many amazing solutions, setting diversity goals. Data can really help you buy in. And then there's also more solutions, from pay bonuses for employee referrals, for employees from underrepresented backgrounds, to conduct unconscious bias training. There's just so many different ways of tackling inclusion in the tech community. One of the things that we really have to take advantage of is the fact that technology awards us this opportunity to look at things through an unbiased filter. So a lot of times, if we're using data to our benefit, and we're using technology to our benefit, all of these little things that we have, these tools and resources that we have to our benefit, we're really able to tackle that issue of inclusion. So why does brand storytelling matter? A lot of times, if I can really break down what brand storytelling in essence is, brand storytelling is an opportunity for your brand, rather that be, again, you as an individual, your company, whatever, to tell the story of how you're making an impact and what your social value is, okay? So the reason why brand storytelling isn't just a marketing ploy, it's not just a publicity tactic, it's not just about social media or any of these things that you may have heard. The reason why it's very important is because you, as a brand, again, individual or company, you're earning the trust of the people that do business with you. And one of the ways to do that is by making it clear, from a storytelling standpoint, you know what your brand is all about. You know what your job culture is all about. You know what your company culture is. You know the benefit of what you're giving to society. And because there's so much noise going on right now, you have to be an effective storyteller. You have to be an effective storyteller just to cut through the noise and be authentic and do it in a very creative way. This is also a great opportunity and exercise for you and your company to really understand what the company culture is in a very fun way. So one of the things that's really interesting about brand storytelling is that it is a staple of B2C content marketing. So it's a little bit less common in the B2B world, but to be completely honest with you, storytelling in the B2B world is actually a really big deal. After all, 50% of B2B buyers are more likely to make a purchase if they connect to a brand on an emotional level. So some big tech companies are doing a really great job with their brand storytelling. None of these names are unfamiliar to you, but Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Facebook, and Google are really good when it comes to brand storytelling. And they're getting better with how they're telling the story of how they are hitting diversity goals and being inclusive. Again, statistics are staggering when it comes to what diversity looks like in tech companies. But what we are seeing is that those companies that I just listed are doing a really great job with the brand storytelling. So let me right away hit the top 3 no-nos of brand storytelling. So a lot of the reasons why this age of uncertainty that we live in is an issue is that people aren't quite sure how to navigate these waters. It seems like there's a consensus of like, I need to say something about something. I'm not quite sure what I should say. There's backlash. There's cancel culture. There's a lot of like trepidation and just like making firm decisions on where you stand on social issues. Because again, it's election season, so much of these really honest to God things that shouldn't be a no-brainer are becoming so politicized. It's very difficult to kind of find where we stand and how we present ourselves. So here are the top 3 no-nos. I just had to be, I had to like go through all of the no-nos of brand storytelling and really mush it down to like 3 that I think would help you out. Number 1, do not mimic and copy and paste statements and strategies that are generic in nature and have absolutely no meaning, right? So a really great example of that is we hear you, we are listening, we are learning, we have a lot of work to do. We are ashamed and we can do better. All of those like statements. Right now, because of the pandemic, the global pandemic, the world stood still. All of us are still adjusting to what the new normal looks like. And one of the byproducts of that is that we are able to take that extra step to follow through with if you are full of shit or not. So if you're out there saying we are listening and we are hiring and we're doing our best and we're doing this, there's going to be a lot more follow-up, okay? And the numbers are already out there. Statistics are already out there of what's working, what's not working, where the needs need to be. So there's no purpose in just copying and pasting generic messages. If you've already done it, like, I don't want to say shame on you, but I mean, please don't do it again. If you haven't done it, if you haven't done that, good for you. Please don't ever do that. Number 2, do not stay quiet. One of the biggest issues that a lot of people have is that they're choosing to stay quiet because they're not quite sure what to say. So they're choosing not to say anything at all and hoping that a lot of these situations will blow over. But the truth is, which brings me to number 3, do not think that any of these issues will go away anytime soon. Instead, ask yourself how you can help evolve these issues and make them non-issues to begin with. Again, a lot of presentations have been talking about racial bias and how we can tackle just bias in general, what that looks like for an equitable working place and solutions to that. All of that does tie into your brand story, okay? Because again, if you're just mimicking statements, then right then and there, you just come across as fraudulent. Okay, so you're not earning the trust that you need, that brand loyalty that you need to evolve. You don't want to just stay quiet, because if you're just staying quiet, you're not a part of the conversation, which means that every other brand that's speaking up, they're going to get the attention that your brand isn't going to get. And by the way, if this isn't the season of like you staying quiet and people notice, I mean, this is 100% the time where people are absolutely noticing when you're staying quiet. And again, none of these issues are going away. It's becoming a much bigger deal. Black Lives Matter evolved into all sorts of different discussions of like what society looks like through so many different cultural lenses. Things that maybe were taboo before are actually top of mind issues for a lot of people, and we can't ignore that. So here's like top great brand storytelling tips for you. So these are some examples of brands that are doing a really good job, and also just some tips on how you can be a much better brand storyteller. So first we have write with classic Hollywood elements. So what I mean by that is it's good to sort of look at things through the lens of a storyteller with a beginning, a middle, an end. How can we make this an interesting story to tell front facing, and even in company culture? I do like to apply a lot of these brand storytelling principles to company culture as well, because it's good that you understand what that looks like internally and public facing as well. I thought a really great example of what writing a classic Hollywood elements is Hewlett Packard. Hewlett Packard had this campaign where they had the wolf, and the wolf, played by Christian Slater, tackles a topic that potentially seems dry and uninteresting, which is printer security. But they did it in an interesting way to make viewers understand how vital HP's printer security software can be. So one thing to note is that you don't necessarily need a huge budget or Hollywood stars, but what you can learn is that this is a really unique approach to B2B storytelling. It's just thinking outside of the box and being creative. Utilizing social media. That seems to be a no-brainer from where I come from, but I still see people struggle with that. So I thought a really good example to use of what that looks like from a visual standpoint is General Electric. General Electric is doing a really great job of showing highly technical ideas that appear more human and relatable. A really great example is their Instagram page, where GE regularly posts captivating photos and videos that demonstrate how their complex projects have a tremendous impact on our day-to-day lives. Offering a glimpse into how products are made materializes that mysterious space between production and consumer usage. So again, we're seeing Hewlett-Packard, we're seeing General Electric, finding these like really creative ways to tell the story of their brand. So when we talk about inclusivity and diversity, and we're just talking about, how does that tie into tech? There's no excuses, right? If Hewlett-Packard can do it and General Electric can find a way to be creative as far as their brand storytelling is concerned, any company should be able to. Another great thing to do is share company-related news. A really great example of that is Boeing. Boeing, the aircraft technology manufacturer, uses an old-fashioned form of storytelling to great effect: news articles. So on its features page, Boeing publishes in-depth news stories that report on their solutions and how they are used across the world. So what makes this a great brand story is that these articles are informational rather than promotional, okay? They also succeed in building that the Boeing brand is keeping their technology grounded in current events. So again, this isn't even a promotional tactic. This is a great example of just sharing what's going on with your company, breaking news. How are you relevant? That is along the lines of brand storytelling. Human connection and addressing challenges. So this is obviously what it's all about. This is super critical. Really great examples of two tech brands that are doing this very well: IBM and Apple. IBM has used storytelling to humanize their company for decades. One of their more popular TV ads is over 20 years old, but this TV spot that they did, which was incredible, still highlights struggles within the American education system and IBM's efforts to improve schools across the country. So by addressing real-world challenges and showing how IBM as a solution creates a sense of involvement with the audience's everyday struggles, right? This is really good when again, remember I said the three no's, when you're saying these generic statements of we hear you, we see you, we're doing our best. Why don't you just show people what that looks like and actually address these concerns publicly and again, internally? So you don't need to make statements like that. Put those words into action, right? Apple has done a fantastic job. From the start, they held a very different philosophy that aimed to tell people that their products were made for those that thought differently, that were unique. So Apple has always done a really good job of really showing, hey, this is what it looks like when you use our products, and here's a human connection. So we're addressing challenges of creativity, productivity, minimalism, all sorts of cool things.
Great. Hey, CJ, we're running a little behind here.
Sure.
Do you have maybe a couple last minute thoughts to kind of wrap things up?
Yes.
This is all really great.
So everyone, to wrap it up, even in the face of rising digital disruption or social upheaval, we must embrace authenticity and human connection in order to prosper in our evolving landscapes. I could go on and on about so many different ways of how we can make a difference with brand storytelling. As you can see, there's so many amazing examples of so many different brands doing it. So again, no excuses. if we want to be out there and we want to talk about inclusivity and making a difference, we can absolutely do that in so many different ways.
Awesome. Cool. Thank you. I don't know if you're seeing all the comments, but lots of folks engaged with this. It's really good stuff. Appreciate that. Appreciate you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. Awesome. We are going to bring up Faye. And there she is. All right. Faye, I'm going to take my slide down and give you the floor. Good to see you.
Oh, hold on just a second. Let me,
okay.
it's disappearing, the screen that allows me to share. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Got it.
Okay.
Hello. You let me know when we are ready.
Oh, you are ready. The floor
Okay.
is yours.
All right. Hi, everybody. Great to see you. Thanks so much for inviting me today. My name is Faye Horwit, and I'm the president of Forward Cities. I am going to share my screen, and we'll go ahead and jump in. All right. So Forward Cities is a nonprofit that is focused on equity and entrepreneurship. Today, I'm going to speak with you about equity for every entrepreneur. Really focused on this idea of acknowledging that it's time for each of us to take a stand. So our organization works around the country, equipping communities and regions to grow and sustain more equitable entrepreneurial ecosystems. We're committed to ensuring that all individuals, regardless of background, can reach their full entrepreneurial potential, and the communities in which they live and that they can thrive. We're working in 9 communities across the country in various regions, where we engage a full-time ecosystem builder to provide capacity building support for local stakeholders focused on community engagement, research and evaluation, diversity, equity, inclusion, and storytelling. So today I want to talk to you about something very simple, and you saw it in the title. Simple but yet complex, time. And to get us all on the same page, before we start, I'd like you all to do one thing more. On your computer or your phone, whatever device you have handy, I want you to Google the word time. I'll give you just a few seconds to do that. So what comes up? Most likely, the very first thing at the top of the page is not a link to a definition of the word time. The first thing you see is the current date and time in your current location. And it may even get as detailed as to tell you what neighborhood you're in. For instance, mine tells me I am in the Warehouse District of Durham, North Carolina. But depending on where you are in the world today, that time will be different. And that's because time is relative. Einstein's theory of relativity states that time and space are not as constant as everyday life would suggest. He posited that the only true constant is the speed of light. And that meant that time can run faster or slower depending on how high you are and how fast you're traveling. So now, over the course of my lifetime as a Black woman, and in this field in particular, another phrase related to time that I have heard and heard way too many times is that progress takes time. Back in the 1980s, author James Baldwin, when confronted with that concept, had this to say to an interviewer: "What is it you want me to reconcile myself to? I was born here almost 60 years ago. I'm not going to live another 60 years. You're always telling us that progress takes time. But it's taken my father's time, my mother's time, my uncle's time, my brother's time, and my sister's time, and now my nieces and nephews' time. How much time do you want for your progress?" And what James Baldwin was speaking to is the reality that progress in America is relative to who you are, the color of your skin, and most importantly, the history of the people, your people group, relative to the history of this nation. So since that's the case, today I wanted to go down a deeper level and get some level setting. So we're going to align about the reality of our past, present, and future. Let's start by talking about the present, the current state of affairs in our country, and why this event is themed the way it is. In the present, we're facing two major pandemics. Nationally, African-American deaths from COVID are nearly twice as great relative to the population. In 40 states, Hispanics and Latinos make up a greater share of confirmed cases related to the population. Minority-owned businesses are more likely to exist in industries that are hardest hit by the pandemic. And COVID-19 has resulted in devastating job and business losses for immigrants, including those who are undocumented and those who hold green cards. The reality is that underrepresented entrepreneurs, including Black and Latino business owners, are more likely to have faced structural and financial challenges prior to COVID, and as a result are twice as likely to be categorized as at risk or distressed right now. So when we see these stats, we have to ask why. Why is this the case? In order to find that answer, we must look to the past. So let's take a look at a timeline and some key moments in history that got us here. So one of the things I'd like to share with you is, we'll click through here. I know time may be short, but it's really important for us to get this foundation. In 1518, the first shipload of enslaved Africans were brought to the West Indies. 1520, enslaved Africans were used as laborers in Puerto Rico, Cuba, and Mexico. And the first enslaved Africans were brought to Jamestown, Virginia, beginning the North American slave trade. In 1653, enslaved Africans and Native Americans built the wall in Manhattan across the island to protect the Dutch colony. That's known as Wall Street, which is the center of our financial well-being in this country. It was built by Africans and Native Americans, built by slaves. In 1662, Virginia enacts a law that makes the free or enslaved status of children dependent on the status of the mother, creating yet another consistent flow of free labor. In 1663, in South Carolina, every new white settler is granted 20 acres for every Black male slave. So this continues, this idea of people making money off the labor of others. 1721, South Carolina limits the vote to free white Christian men, a precedent that will be followed by other states, ensuring that we could not have a voice in making any change. In 1775, 5,000 free Black and slaves served during the Revolutionary War, helping to defend this country and its own freedom, even though we didn't have ours. In 1776, deemed controversial, a passage in the Declaration of Independence condemned the slave trade, but it was removed due to pressure from the South. In 1802, the Ohio Constitution outlaws slavery and prohibits free Blacks from voting. So basically saying you're free, but you don't have a say in your future. In 1803, Ohio legislature passes the Ohio Black Codes, and in doing so becomes the first non-slaveholding state to place restrictions exclusively on African-American residents. 1808, US government enacts the slave importation ban, but it takes half a year before Blacks are actually stopped being imported in the United States. In 1810, African Insurance Company of Philadelphia becomes the first Black-owned insurance company in the United States. The first instance of Blacks deciding they wanted to help their fellow man to achieve through supporting their businesses and ensuring their well-being and their property. In 1831, North Carolina enacts a statute that bans teaching slaves to read and write. So we could not understand or have the means to be able to make a change for ourselves. In 1834, it was the opening of the first bookstore. So again, in spite of all of this, we keep moving forward, keep starting businesses, keep persisting. In 1865, came the abolishment of slavery. It took a half a year before slaves were even notified that they were free. In 1866, Civil Rights Bill enacted declaring all persons born in the United States, with the exceptions of Americans, as citizens of the United States. In 1888, Savings Bank was begun in Richmond that opened the doors to Blacks to begin doing their own banking. In 1890, the Mississippi Plan allows for the use of literacy and understanding tests to prevent African Americans from voting. Yet another barrier put in front of progress. In 1896, Plessy Ferguson Supreme Court rules that the Jim Crow laws and practices do not conflict with the 13th and 14th Amendments, arguing that it's okay to have separate but equal. And we know that it was not equal. In 1900, the National Negro Business League is founded in Boston by Booker T. Washington to promote business enterprise for Blacks. We keep pushing forward in spite of what we are faced with. In 1906, the Greenwood District is founded in Tulsa. It became known as Black Wall Street. That was burned to the ground. In 1910, the City Council of Baltimore approves an ordinance segregating Blacks and white neighborhoods, separating them and setting a precedent for redlining for the future of the country. Skip forward here, just a lot of continual, one step forward, two steps back. This is how this progress gets slowed over time. So what does the past, what does it show us? It shows us that history doesn't repeat itself. Actually, systems do. And it also shows us that entrepreneurs of color persist, support one another, and are resilient in the face of systemic barriers. So when we talk about the past, present, and future, it's important for us to also think about, this deeper sense of what does that mean for an individual? And in order to get into that, I'd like to tackle and share a little bit about my own personal story, my own past, present, and future related to an entrepreneurial journey. And so we'll start with the present. As is the reality with every entrepreneur, I saw a problem that I wanted to solve, and I set out to start a business around that. I saw that women founders needed affordable marketing from a company that understood them and their product or service. I was really excited to sign up for this weekend boot camp style event, right? We all know them. I got there and very quickly realized that I was one of only a few Black entrepreneurs there, the only Black woman, and the only single mom. So I was unable to stay there all weekend long to equitably participate, sleeping on couches to have that same opportunity as others. And I quickly realized that even though I saw a problem as an entrepreneur, I had an idea to solve it. I quickly realized that the system was not made for me to participate and succeed. That was when I saw a new problem. Instead of quitting, I had another idea. I put my business aside and I set out to help solve that problem for other entrepreneurs like me. I tried to launch a new nonprofit to solve that pain point. I got a lot of traction. Many organizations wanted me to come help them create more diversity in their programs and for the ecosystem, but they didn't want to pay me. They wanted to take the grants and all the money and have me do the work for free. And what I realized in that, trying to sit through this over a year, that this system, again, wasn't made for me to thrive. And that's when I realized that I had to lift up yet again, one more level to a level of an ecosystem builder, because I realized that it would take more than me to make the change that I was seeking. Instead of doing the work alone, I had to engage others and become a systems thinker. And when I did that, I suddenly saw things from an entirely new perspective. The paradigm shift that went from I to we. We see the problem. We co-create ideas, and we build a new system that is more equitable for all. And in order to get there, if we think about this, how do we do this? We need to first look back at the past and ask what we can learn from it. Be willing to sit in the uncomfortableness of the present and ask what we can do differently, and look to the future and ask ourselves collectively, how can we intentionally create better systems for all entrepreneurs? And so Forward Cities created a system and a training to help do just that. The framework is called ABIDE. It stands for Access, Belonging, Inclusion, Diversity, and Equity. What we realize is that everybody talks about diversity and inclusion. This catchphrases, even today, more so today, because it's popular, it's hip right now. So, but we see these things and go a little bit deeper. Diversity is intentional efforts to reach and serve entrepreneurs from all people groups, regardless of who they are. And inclusion means intentional behaviors that recognize and include and integrate diverse people groups, regardless of who they are. And then when you look at equity, it's really important to think about what equity really is. Yes, it is the ultimate goal, but it's the ultimate goal for allies, right? To build practices, programs, and offerings that level the playing field for all. That is the mandate for allies. Then we add something that often gets missed, which is access. And that is equitable opportunities for every entrepreneur to find, reach, utilize, and understand resources, learn skills, and acquire the human and financial capital they need to succeed. And then the last one is belonging. And this is really important. This is the existence of equitable supportive spaces, places, and affinity groups where entrepreneurs can find a sense of identity, that they can be accepted and supported, and that these are equitably supported from a financial standpoint. It's not enough to invite other people into your space and be inclusive. We need to be able to understand that that person needs to feel like they have a sense of belonging, and it's okay if they want to be in spaces with people like them, and those spaces should be equitably funded and supported as well. So in closing, really thinking about this ABIDE structure, the whole goal is to realize that we want to remove all external and systemic barriers so that there's unlimited potential for every entrepreneur. This is not saying that the equity itself creates that, right? It's not saying that every entrepreneur, every Black entrepreneur, every Hispanic entrepreneur will be equal. That's not the point. The point is to remove the barriers so that those entrepreneurs can achieve to their fullest potential. And who knows, it might be better and more and beyond rather than equal. So in closing, I'd like to talk about this idea of, as we look back to the past, sat in the present and look to the future. This collective journey that we've shared over the last few minutes, I challenge you to make that journey for yourself and to share it with others. Because only together can we ensure that progress is not relative, but it is real and lasting. Thank you so much for this time. Forward Cities loves partnering with communities, with entrepreneurs, with ecosystem builders around the country. Would love to hear from you. You can learn more about us at forwardcities.org or contact me directly.
Awesome. Thank you, Faye. Thank you for all your work. I really appreciate you and
Awesome.
all that you do.
Great to be here.
All right, everyone. We are going to bring up the next panel here. Two of whom have been on our stage before and are going to continue the conversation this year. We have Nima and Ulysses from Blend and Kim Saunders from National Bankers Association. And I think Wayne is working to bring them up right away. Blend is our supporting sponsor for Tech Inclusion 2020 and really appreciate all the incredible partnership through the last couple of years. We have some blog posts from them on our Tech Inclusion blog, and they will be at the career fair on Wednesday and have job postings on our job board. And hey, Ulysses.
Hello.
Good to see you.
Great to see you too. It's been a minute.
Yeah, it has. It has. It feels like it's been a very long time. Yeah. It's been since what, March that we've been on screen together. Yeah.
Another platform where you all can see all the flaws in my face from the.
I know. That is one thing about the Zoom. It gives you that glow.
Yeah. Well, we're going to call it a glow. That's what.
Seeing Timothy says time is strange in 2020. No kidding. It's a combination, I think, of compressed time and also just, in a lot of ways feels like 10 years ago that I was on airplanes traveling around the world, speaking on stages,
You know, there was a quick, brief moment where I was actually really enjoying some of the extra time where I wasn't traveling as much. But admittedly, I think I took a walk for the first time yesterday in a long time, and so that was a bit a bit daunting. I learned how out of shape I was too, but we won't get into that right now.
Yeah, I've been doing a lot of yoga inside, but I have not done a lot of walks either. I think, it's been tough in the Bay Area with all the fires for so long and the bad air. So.
Yeah, and I hope the folks, I'm sure there are many folks tuning in right now. I hope folks are not terribly impacted by the fires and seeking resources where they are. It's definitely been something that's on our mind as a company too, making sure our workforce is okay and well-resourced and prepared and still connected to us as an organization.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like Nima's in the chat waiting to be connected here. Give us a second, Nima. Fun technical stuff. So
it is, and I appreciate everyone keeping me honest about my volume situation here. It's hard to gauge just how loud you are for people, so this is helpful.
Hey, Nima, how are you?
Hey, doing well. How are you? Good to see you again.
Okay. Yeah, good to see you too. Good to see you too. As we wait for Kim to come on screen, one of the things I asked the audience earlier was 2020 in one word.
For me? You want me to answer?
Yeah, both of you. Yeah.
You go first, Ulysses.
Why would you do that? I don't know if I have one word.
You can use more than one.
That's appropriate anyway.
Yeah, I did ask people to not use profanity.
I'll say resilient as my word.
Nice.
That's positive. I probably would have gone with something a bit more on the opposite end, like exhausting.
Yeah.
Probably the one.
Yeah. I feel that exhaustion and like the resilient. Strive for that.
Thankfully, Nima was kind enough to let me enjoy my month off in September, somewhat. No, I'm kidding. But it was helpful just to kind of step back and rejuvenate, to figure out exactly how to process a lot of things. I think that was something that I didn't realize was impacting me as much. Just not actually taking the time to process my own thoughts and feelings around what was going on and thinking about a way forward. And so that was helpful to just take a step back and just kind of frame it all and put it in the bigger picture for myself and come back a bit more recharged and refreshed.
Yeah, or resilient.
Yeah, so there you go.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. Apologies for the technical issues. We're still trying to get Kim up on screen. Do you two? Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, just Wayne. Great to see you both. It's been a minute. I mean, you said how to my friends, colleagues, both Nima, Ulysses. Good to see you both. It's been a while. Yeah. Currently not seeing Kim online in the chat. So my suggestion would be, if you all want to get started and she ping us in the chat when she's live, because not see her, but that'll be my suggestion. But good to see you both. Thank you all for joining support. So we catch up after this.
We can start without Kim, but she's sort of the star of the show. So we'll we'll make sure to keep the good questions for her.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay. Cool.
We'll give you the floor.
Good to see you, Wayne.
That's it.
Thanks for having us.
All right. Well, in that case, then let's go ahead and kick things off. Yay! And look, just as soon as you said that, Kim jumps right on.
Hey, Kim.
Hi. How are you?
Doing well. Good to see you all. And so we'll go ahead and get started with everybody here. And so welcome to everyone from wherever you're joining us across the world. We're all excited to join here once again for another Tech Inclusion, where we all get the opportunity to really focus on solutions to some of the long-standing issues that have been going on throughout the tech industry. My name is Ulysses Smith. I'm the head of diversity, inclusion, and belonging at Blend. And I get the opportunity to virtually sit alongside two very esteemed colleagues, Kim Saunders, President and CEO of the National Bankers Association, and Nima Gamsari, everybody's favorite boss, and CEO of Blend. So I'll give them each a moment to introduce themselves momentarily, but just a quick note, as you might have already gathered, we appreciate in advance your patience and forgiveness. Many of us are all navigating brand new tech platforms all over the place these days. So if at any point during this session, you lose sound, you get one of those unflattering frozen faces from one of us, or we just drop off the call, we're going to do our best to keep pushing through, and then behind the scenes we'll work quickly to get everybody back in so we can have what promises to be a pretty robust discussion today in the time we have left. So answering the call to action, that's really why we're all here today. 2020 has thrown a lot at us, a lot, as you just heard. And it's really illuminated a lot of the disparities, the continued disparities for that matter, in the experiences of people of color, with particular focus on racial inequity throughout the United States and the impact it's had on the Black community. Companies large and small, as you may have gathered from what Faye was just talking about in the previous segment, are still seeking tangible ways to really impact and affect changes throughout their respective industries beyond the flurry of corporate solidarity statements we saw in the early summer months. So what we really want to spend this time talking about today is Blend's action plan that we're calling the Equitable Ecosystem Initiative. And I believe a link was shared in the chat just a little bit earlier that outlines some of the things we're looking at for this first iteration. This is a plan that really identifies some commitments where Blend is uniquely situated to affect institutional and structural changes throughout the financial services ecosystem in order to address some of the root causes of racial inequity. So we're going to do that more specifically through our community partnerships, technology investments, and of course regulatory engagement, because we can't do this alone. So hopefully the information that we share with you all today will be a solid framework for you all to go forward and build upon to develop your own strategies in your own organizations to affect that change. So all that being said, my long-winded testimonial for the beginning, let's go ahead and kick things off with some introductions. Kim, let's start with you, because this is probably a new audience for you, being in front of a whole bunch of techies. So tell us a little bit about you, from where you're coming to us live today, and what the National Bankers Association does.
Great. Thank you, first of all, Tech Inclusion and Blend, for this opportunity to join you today. It is indeed a pleasure to be with you. And so I am a native Washingtonian, born right here in Washington, D.C., and had the opportunity, I always share this brief story, had the opportunity to get a full scholarship to go to an all-girl boarding school that was founded in the 1800s in Richmond, Virginia. It was really my first experience with old money and the benefits of wealth. And it really started my journey towards economic justice in the country. Went to Wharton undergrad, majored in finance, and started my banking career over 30 plus years ago. So I am a career practitioner, spent 30 plus years in the business. And then in 2014, after serving on the board of the NBA, started focusing on sector solutions, and the National Bankers Association invited me to be a CEO in 2018. So I've been in this role for the past 2 years. And the National Bankers Association has a rich history. We were founded in 1927 as the National Negro Bankers Association. And in the 1940s, changed our name to National Bankers and expanded our membership from just African-American owned banks to Hispanic, Native American, Asian American banks, all of which are now part of our membership base, which spans 22 states and the District of Columbia. So again, we're just very excited to be here and to join you, and looking forward to this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. And Nima, you're no stranger to this stage, as Wayne mentioned, but refresh people's memories about who you are and what Blend does.
Sure. So I'm a software engineer by background, started Blend almost 9 years ago, coming out of the last crisis and seeing just the sheer amount of damage to the broader economy the last financial crisis did. And now we're kind of in the middle of a different one, which is interesting to be part of and be part of the solution to in some ways. but started the company with the idea that better technology could make the process of getting a mortgage simpler and more transparent and more accessible, and then more people will take advantage of a system that was really built for them. I mean, being able to, the homeownership system is built for consumers of all kinds to be able to get access to buying a home, which is, one part of the American dream. And so we started the company about 9 years ago, and now we touch about 1 in 4 mortgages in the country. We also serve other kinds of lending and banking products to consumers across 250 bank partners of ours. We don't do this directly. We do this as a technology platform for banks. And one of the things that we see as a responsibility to the broader community is to use that platform of scale of how many consumers we're able to touch through all these banks to make a positive difference. And so the EEI work that we're doing is super important to me. It's something we've been talking about for years at Blend. And I feel like every day we get more and more positioned to make a real positive difference. And so we've taken some really concrete steps this year, and not just in concept, but in practice, and building things that can help people across the country benefit from the system more than they have been historically able to.
It's helpful context, and hopefully it's helpful for everybody else in the audience to hear and understand too, as we focus on the why behind our approach for the EEI at this juncture. As we all mentioned, 2020 has been a lot for many of us, with not only kind of the outbreak of COVID-19, but also the shift to work from home in this virtual environment, and then of course racial inequity. And Nima, based on what you just said, I'm wondering if you want to share a little bit more about kind of how a lot of these events impacted you personally this year.
Well, I mean, I think there's two parts of it. There's like my personal, my family, I grew up in Cincinnati, Ohio. My family owns a small tutoring business for kids. And as soon as COVID hit, they were one of the businesses that was hit really, really hard, where, you can't go, as my parents are in their late 60s, early 70s, they can't go and meet with students and risk their lives, and students don't want to meet with them. And so it was like they were able to take advantage of this PPP program, which without that, and that's where I think that's an example of a program that the government put in place, but then was distributed through financial services and banking, that was broadly, at least extremely well-intentioned, and worked really well in a lot of ways across the country. And so that was a personal thing where watching my parents being able to take advantage of the financial system in a way that can help them get through this time was really important to me. But then at work, I think for me, we saw it as a call to action to help with the small businesses across the country, to help with the consumers who can't make their mortgage payments. And so our team, despite, it's been really tough on everybody working from home, working remotely. I mean, think about the challenge of technology in just one of these sections, but then think about that, dealing with that in every meeting and constantly needing to be on your A game in the middle of the screen all day, every day, and actually having to work more because they were more needed. So all of a sudden we had to help our bank partners with the small business lending. We had to help our bank partners with loan forgiveness and loan modifications for people who couldn't make their mortgage payments. And there were more and more things that were coming. Digital transformation was accelerating. And so all of a sudden there was this massive burden on our team. But if we didn't deliver on it, I think it would have been very negatively impactful to the broader community. And so we set out to help with those things. And I used the word resilient to describe 2020. And I think part of it is I was inspired by our team and how resilient they all have been, and we all have been, and making sure that we follow through on the things that we say we're going to do despite all the challenges around us. And so I think that's the way I've kind of perceived it. And obviously there's a lot of challenges. We see a lot of negative things as well. But I think for me, I see those areas where hopefully we as a platform can help in some way.
That's helpful. And Kim, you talked a little bit about the PPP initiative that went out from the federal government. But I'm also wondering, from your perspective, right, as you're trying to help and enable banks to be able to deliver their services a lot better to broader communities, particularly to minority populations and underbanked and unbanked populations, this has surely had an impact on all the membership organizations you serve, right, and who are part of that. So I wonder if you could share a little bit of light for our audience around what has that impact been on these groups, and what are some of the things that that MDIs in particular are really focused on in terms of getting additional resources these days?
So first of all, thank you for that question. Just to set some context, so everyone has a sense of the landscape. There are approximately 5,000 banks in the country. Only 143 are designated as minority depository institutions. And each quarter, the FDIC produces a list. So if you ever want to know where they are and who they are, you can go right to FDIC.gov. And when you look at where they are, there are concentrations throughout the country in various states of minority banks. There are 20 Black banks. There are about 17 Native American banks, 34 Hispanic banks, and 71 Asian Pacific or Pacific Islander banks, just to give you the landscape. Their aggregate asset base is about 280 billion. And as a collective, they would not even make the top 10 banks in the country. So I think that's important so you understand kind of the scope and scale, but they are essential to the success and the economic vitality of communities of color. The FDIC has done research to prove this, along with the Federal Reserve, to show that if these banks, our banks, were not present, access to banking services in low to moderate income communities wouldn't exist. Access to home mortgages wouldn't exist to the same extent. Access, because we're mostly community banks, to small business loans wouldn't exist. And I have to say that I am so proud of our banks, because during the PPP distribution, some of our banks provided loans as small as $400 to entrepreneurs to ensure that they got access to PPP funding and resources. So as has been traditional, we have banks that are over 100 years old who have served for decades in the communities that they serve, and they have continued throughout this pandemic to do the work that they do best. And as Neema said, resilient. And I would say that is an appropriate definition for our industry. Thank you.
Thank you for those data points. And maybe to add a few more to preface my next question to you all, over this last year, especially, we've seen a number of additional articles come out that have chronicled some of the more overt instances of discrimination in banking. But then there's some other pieces that a lot of people might not be familiar with when we think about the figure of $765 million in annual interest that Black and brown populations pay compared to their white counterparts, right? So that's additional interest that they're paying. We also have seen a number of instances where we know the credit scores, right? How Black and brown populations are deemed as credit worthy, right? Those factors seem to change, right? And we oftentimes end up with lower scores, even when we have the exact same qualifications as our white counterparts, right? So all those, and part of what Neema talked about in terms of accessibility, one of the things Blend does really well is really help to create this mobile experience so people don't have to physically go into a bank branch, right? And in some cases, unfortunately, may encounter instances of discrimination like the ones that have been chronicled. But I wonder for you both, from your perspective, what does equity in financial services actually look like, right? Knowing what we know now, knowing what's been highlighted and what might be on the horizon, what would equity look like in this space? Kim, how about we start with you?
So, it's well documented that this pandemic, and we have to acknowledge, has impacted everyone. It's global, it's national in scope. All of us know people who have lost loved ones. So it has been an equalizer in that extent that we all are dealing with some degree of pain and suffering because of where we are. But it is also equally well known that the pandemic has been uneven, and that it has revealed the education, economic, and healthcare disparities that are very glaring, hopefully to the whole world and the nation at this point as it impacts Black and brown communities. So when we think about, one of the things that Citibank just published, which was just startling to me, is it did a report on closing the racial inequality gap. And it said that $5 trillion could be added to the US GDP over the next 5 years if we simply close the racial wealth gap for Black Americans in wages, housing, which is Blend's lane, education, and investments. So there's an economic benefit and incentive for all of us to get to work. And so when we think about what does that look like, for me, it means everyone has access to banking services. Everyone has a meaningful and access to a meaningful banking relationship. And then thirdly, everyone has access to the financial education that they need and information that they need in order to be successful. Thanks.
Those are some really key pieces that you mentioned there. And Nima, I wonder if you can take it a step further, right? And maybe hone in on some of the technology that might enable equity throughout the financial services ecosystem, and maybe speak a little bit about why this should be or is a priority right now, right, for not only Blend, but should be for the rest of our customers and partners in the ecosystem.
Well, I think it is priority. And one thing that Kim told us in the pre-session on this was that people think that minority depository institutions have, an aversion to technology or technologically backwards, and they're not. I think it's just that, there hasn't been great technology coming into this space from the outside. And to Kim's point, the minority institutions are not the ones that are the biggest in size. And so one thing that I think is a very important piece is getting the same quality technology that is the built for the very high-end bank, the JP Morgans of the world, not a customer of ours. I'll just call them out because they're a big bank. And I think they're also doing some things in the space around equality in these things. But getting the same quality technology that's in their hands, in the hands of all the minority depository institutions and the CFIs as well. And so I think that's one big piece of it. And that's something that we've been talking to Kim about. I think there's a lot of opportunity there to get that technology to be able to serve those communities directly. I mean, there's some direct impact we can have there using technology. And frankly, many of those people that are being served by those banks, by having just an understanding of that, now they'll have the second piece, which is just education and transparency of what's available to them in their hand every single day. They don't have to go walk into a branch to learn about the next financial product. Somebody mentioned in the chat that financial literacy is key. And I think the best way to get financial literacy or to scale the understanding of to hundreds of millions of people, what it means to be financially literate, is to use technology and put it in people's hands, put it in people's pockets so that it's following them around every time there's an opportunity for us to impact that a little bit. It'll be super positive. So I think financial education is a super important piece of it that I'm excited about. And then lastly, there are some systemic things too. I mean, where you mentioned credit scores, Ulysses, and I think that's one piece of it. I mean, credit scores are only one part of getting a mortgage. You also need to have a history of income. And so now, especially with the gig economy coming up and becoming more and more common across all communities, but I think it's like being able to understand how data can be better used to evaluate whether or not a consumer is really going to be able to pay this thing back so that we can trust them to take out the loan is a systemic thing. And so if we are not directly underwriting the risk, we're a software platform, but we work with so many banks, institutions, and we work with so many of the ultimate underwriters of these loans, Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, others, that we're able to at least start to be in the conversation. And when there is a solution in place, we can scale it across the entire market very quickly and touch tens of millions or hundreds of millions of people. And so those are the three components. Going just really quickly, it's like making sure that all institutions have access to really great technology to serve their customers and members. Making sure there's education built into that so that everyone has the transparency into what it means to be part of the system. And then lastly, starting to figure out what parts of the systemic thing, the systemic biases can be changed through the major forces behind those things, but then scaled through technology. Those are the kinds of things that I think about on a day-to-day basis and how we want to continue to invest in the scene long-term.
The conversation around access to financial services is always pretty interesting. There was also a study that came out quite some time ago that chronicled just the sheer number and location of physical bank branches, right? And noted that there were more liquor stores, right, in Black and Brown communities than there actually were bank branches. So we often see Black and Brown folks who are subjected to, or the only opportunities they even know about in terms of access to financial services are the check cashing places, the payday loans, and other subprime practices. And so hearing you talk about ways that we can enable, right, people to connect with additional information about what's possible and what might be available to them is something that can surely go a long way. And as we were conceptualizing our strategy and our action plan, one of the things we were kind of going back and forth about was around the financial literacy piece, right? And shout out to Dr. Fioria Cornelian over there, who was able to share some insight in the chat. But there's this piece where we were coming up against this question of, well, yes, we want to provide additional education so people know how to navigate the existing system, but also how do you balance that with making sure we're also advocating for certain changes on the regulatory environment, because the system wasn't necessarily designed for these folks to be able to actively participate. And so being able to balance that has been something. And so that's where we're very proud to be partnering with the National Bankers Association to not only be able to deliver our product and services, Blend's platform, to your membership organizations, to all these MDIs that Kim spoke about, but also to really hone in on that educational piece, right, that is necessary. And so, you know, as we start to wrap things up today, I wonder, Nima, if you want to share a bit more about why we've decided to partner with the MBA, and then I'll leave you and Kim to maybe discuss some of the things you're looking forward to most from our partnership.
Yeah, I mean, I think it goes back to the very inspiration of why we started the company. I think, you know, we believe that now that we have this platform that we can use to make lending and banking simpler and more accessible, and we have the most modern technology platform for banks like Kim's members to be able to serve their customers, I mean, it's a no-brainer for me. I think this is why we built the company, and this is why ultimately now, if we're going to make a long-term systemic impact, we have to make sure that these things are widely used and used in areas, not just the areas that are the most obvious, but the areas that maybe historically have been ignored. And so I see it as a real responsibility. It's also very inspiring, not just to me, but also to our entire team, the entire company. It helps people understand that the sheer amount of impact we can have by being able to serve communities across the country. And it's in the modern day and age, mission-driven organizations that are making a positive change are the ones that are going to be enduring. Those are going to be the ones that are going to be lasting, because that's where people want to work. That's where people want to be part of that. People want to see those things succeed. And so it's so important, not just for me personally, but I think for everyone in the organization. And it's actually an honor to be working with you all at NBA, Kim.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Nima, and thank you for all that Blend is doing and is planning to do. It's quite exciting. And as I've spoken to earlier, the reach that our banks have into their communities and the customers is deep. Those relationships are long-standing and well-established. And I think Blend is brilliant to understand that and recognize that and really be intentional about reaching into those communities and serving them at a deeper level. We all know that home ownership is critical to wealth building in our country. And so I am very proud of the work that you all are doing. And we're very excited to look at how we might continue to build our partnership together. So thank you.
Yeah, and even just to put a bow on it, the $5 trillion number that you threw out in GDP, I didn't see that stat until you just mentioned it. But I mean, that's reason enough. If we can unlock these things, it's going to help the entire country, not just those communities. And so I think that's where it's like, the world is not a zero-sum place. There's room for everyone to grow and improve and not feel like if one person's doing better, someone else is doing worse. It's not like, I don't think it's like that. I think that's where the stat that Kim showed, it just showed how much positive change can happen if we're able to unlock these communities.
Absolutely.
Well, I know we're a little over time, so I'll wrap things up here and thank you both for sharing the insights that you have shared today. Again, want to invite folks in the audience to continue to be on the lookout and read the article that Change Catalyst shared a little earlier. There'll be a couple more pieces forthcoming that will go into a bit more detail about what we're doing around on the technology side, on the regulatory engagement side. And of course, we invite you all to join us at the Career Fair if you're interested in joining, as Nima said, a mission-driven organization that really is looking to drive changes in terms of mitigating racial inequity throughout the financial services ecosystem, in which we're all a part. So thanks again today and for joining us. And Melinda, I'll give it back to you to drive us out of here.
Awesome. Thank you, three. Thank you for your partnership, and thank you for all that you do. I appreciate this conversation. That's much needed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care, folks.
Be well.
You too. All right, everyone. Moving into our final panel for the day, super important topic. I want to invite to the virtual stage Manisha, Elle, and Cassie, who will be talking about inclusive and universal design, really working to make our products and our services and our everything that we do more inclusive, accessible, through using the frameworks of inclusive design and universal design. Hi, Cassie. How are you?
Hi, I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Yeah. Where are you in the world?
I am currently in Los Angeles, in Culver City, to be exact. But I also identify as a Texan, so there's that too.
Nice. Awesome. Cool. It's a little bit of a process to find everybody and bring them up. So bear with us for a minute, everyone. In the meantime, can I just have a very unofficial poll from everybody listening? How many of you all have heard of inclusive design or universal design? Just raise your hand or say I have, or nope, this is new to me. And hey, Manisha, how are you?
Very well, thank you. How are you?
Good. What time is it there?
Oh, look, it's not too bad. It's 6:45 in the morning.
Okay, and tell everybody where you are.
I'm in Sydney, Australia, and you were going to have this beautiful view of my backyard, but as Cassie knows, my computer crashed. So instead of that, you have a lovely view of my husband's modeling fetish.
I love it. Awesome. Okay, it looks like, hi, Elle, nice to see you. It looks like you're all here, so I will give you all the floor.
Oh, thank you so much. And lovely to see you, Cassie and Elle, as well. It's fantastic to be on this panel with you. I'd like to just start by doing something we do here in Australia, which is to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land that we're here on today. So I'm sitting in, as I said, not such a salubrious place, my little garage here, but we're in a garage in Sydney, Australia. On the land of the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, and I'd love to acknowledge the First Nations of Australia, the place that I'm on today, as the traditional owners of this land that has never been seceded, and recognise the vast knowledge that our organisation gets from this amazing group of people, both in exclusion but also very much in inclusion. I'd also like to do a shout out to anybody on this call who is First Nations anywhere in the world, including our Australian counterparts. So thank you for being with us today. And thank you so much, Cassie and Elle, for being on this call as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'd love to start, rather than me introducing both of you, to have you introduce yourselves. So Cassie, can you tell us a little bit about who you are and what you do?
Yeah, so as Manisha mentioned, my name is Cassie, and I'm a user experience designer or a UX designer. Some people call them product designers, there's UI designers, there's a lot of designer words floating around out there, but I guess I fit most with the user experience designer title. I also advise and speak on accessibility and inclusion and universal design. I've worked with the With Foundation a lot, and through my work with the With Foundation, I advise as well with an organization called Sidebench, who I'm representing here today. They're in Santa Monica, California, or Los Angeles, Santa Monica. So yeah, that's kind of a little bit of a background on me and my accessibility and inclusion experience.
Great. And Elle?
Thanks very much for having me. Huge fan of Cassie and delighted to meet you. And I'm so thankful that everybody is spending a little bit of time with us. It's a little bit like an elevator ride, so we will do our very best, but we should definitely connect with everyone who wants to carry the conversation forward. So my name is Elle Waters. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm an accessibility product manager at Adobe. Primarily, I work with the Experience Cloud product teams to ensure that they provide fully inclusive experiences for those who are both creating things as well as for their end customers as well. I've spent about 12 or 13 years, I guess, in accessibility as a main full-time role, and huge fan of talking to people who have lots of questions. So.
Oh, wonderful. And we have lots of questions coming in, or there's lovely dialogue and comments on the chat box as well, so on the chat system. So what I'll do is, as we go, if people have questions, let us know and we'll include them in this conversation as well. We'd love to make this a conversation. So, well, my name is Manisha. So I work for the Centre for Inclusive Design. We are based in Australia, but we do a lot of work here and globally around inclusion and design and how those two fit together. So the three of us were talking earlier today about the topic and this idea of universal design versus inclusive design versus lots of other things. And I think one of the things the three of us said is actually that inclusive design and universal design are not diametrically opposed, but come from the same world, come from the same land. And we came up with a definition, which was really, and we'd love to hear how people feel about this definition, that our definition was that often universal design, I guess, was the parent of inclusive design, that it came first and came out of the built environment movement. So many people would have heard about Ed Roberts and the rolling quads and the birth of the sidewalk movement, and why we have curb cuts around the world, and how universal design was this idea of designing something that everyone could use. And it's something that could be then used not only for people who are edge users, people who design was difficult for, but for everybody. Inclusive design comes from the tech world then. So saying not just that it's one size fits everybody, but one size fits one person. And a good example of that would be this amazing thing we have called a smartphone. And many people don't have a smartphone yet, but for those of us who do, we all use it really, really differently. And the reason we can all use it really differently is because it's built using inclusive design principles. So if it wasn't for people with carpal tunnel, we wouldn't have had the original code that went into gesture control. If it wasn't for people who struggled to see, we may not have had the voiceover technology that led to things like Siri. So we use it differently, but it's simple and beautiful, and we don't know that, you know, it's got these add-ons. It's not an add-on, it's just how the product works. So this is the definition we came up with at the beginning of this talk, or just before it. So I'd love to hear from both Elle, to start with, how this definition plays with you and how that works with the work that you're actually doing today.
Thank you. So I find it really interesting because we use these terms all the time when we're all really moving towards, I think, some of the same goals. With regards to how universal design plays out versus inclusive design, I think that there's a lot of focus on, understandably, on individuals and how they experience, say, digital content. And if you don't take both of these concepts and really employ them, you risk losing something in that process. So I think universal design, in the way that I work with digital content, really plays out in that there's a lot of established best practices. You don't need to go and talk to individuals to find that keyboard accessibility is probably, and I'll say this, my elevator pitch, the #1 thing that you should focus on first. And that color contrast would be a very fast second after that. But then inclusive design is often really the process of identifying who gets left out in that process. And this may be a solution for 80% of people, but can you give people and empower them to be able to either solve for it themselves based on the features and preferences that you build, or you've done enough user testing to where you've identified a significant need or a gap. So we kind of use them hand in hand, starting with the basis of universal design concepts. There are some basic principles of digital accessibility that are just foundational, and they're shared experiences over dozens of years that people have come together to express that need. Like I said, keyboard accessibility being probably one of the #1 things, and that applies to mobile devices too. And then inclusive design, we do a lot of user research to be able to make sure that we understand the full whole person and individual circumstances, and then sort through those to find a way to meet those needs.
And who are the users that you research with? Can you tell us a little bit about that?
So Matt May is the head of inclusion at Adobe, and he has a tremendous team, that does a lot of work. And we do a few different things. One is we have staff with disabilities, but that's a bit like having a power user because they can probably solve for things that others can't. And then we do regular audits and accessibility assessments, and we will do task flow assessments with people with disabilities. But the big real win is when we do usability studies with people with disabilities. Oftentimes it focuses on specific user groups, so low vision, or people who are blind, or people who have mobility impairments, people who are somewhere identify on the spectrum and are neurodivergent. There's a lot of different groups. And as far as who we test with, it really depends on what the questions are that we're looking to answer and the insights we're looking to gain. So that's like 2 steps in. Ultimately, I saw nothing about us without us. And so we only have a few more minutes, so I feel like pressed to have to say that I think that employment for people with disabilities is ultimately how we win all of this, because you really can't experience diversity unless you're with someone in equal amount of power to influence change.
And given, Elle, that you do have to hop off this call in a few minutes, I'm actually going to shortcut a little bit to, if you had one thing you wanted to talk about or explore with the people on this call today, what would that be?
I think that where we sit right now in this world, it is absolutely critical to involve as many different voices and perspectives and abilities and life experiences as we can within the workforce. So this is one reason why I absolutely love this event. Adobe is hiring because there are champions for inclusion in a lot of organizations, but until it's real for people, they will never really understand what it means day to day to involve all these different perspectives. And so the more diverse in our hiring we are, the more we empower people to literally be those creators. And Adobe has a very strong commitment to involving people in the creation process. And so I'll share some links about some things that I'm thinking of in particular. But really the biggest thing is, I think, explore a way where your organization can be more diverse in its hiring practices and really lift up and create space for people who might not otherwise get an opportunity to be in there. So non-traditional backgrounds, years in another field, young people who have amazing clarity of vision when it comes to inclusion. Those are the people that I feel like if we can galvanize together, we can really change the way that this conversation goes from day to day.
Absolutely. Now, Elle, full disclosure, I've worked with Adobe and some of your products, and obviously Matt as well. So I know that you have to leave you've got a hard leave at 1 o'clock. So if you're okay, I'll actually just mention some of the knowledge we have, I guess, from the centre in terms of the work you're doing in your practices as well.
Sure.
So we've been very involved in that toolkit that you've been designing.
Fantastic. I am going to post some links that are a recent blog post by Matt May about workforce inclusion, a wonderful podcast called the Cognitive Bias Podcast by David Dillon Thomas, and he has a lot of friends on, and also some different kinds of fellowships that Adobe is involved with about empowering creators with disabilities. And it's a way, again, of opening up the space so that you're not just hiring people with disabilities, but basically as a community of creators and makers, we should be able to have more voices in that conversation.
Absolutely. And thank you so much for being on this panel.
Thank you, guys.
Bye, Elle. It was good to see you.
It's good to see you as well. I'm posting. Keep talking.
Okay. It's the variability piece as well, isn't it? In terms of how these things work. So if we keep going then, Cassie, we've had a question actually that I think is really interesting from, I guess, what Elle has been saying, and that really is around this idea of how inclusive or how accessible can we get, and this idea that actually we can't do everything for everyone.
Right. So
Do you have
you
a view on
want to
that?
respond to
Yes.
that? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I think something that in particular the differences between universal and inclusive design and their definitions are that, that idea of universal one size fits all, or one size can fit all, is really scary for creators to hear and to think about and try to grasp. Especially as a designer, because you kind of go in and you're like, how am I supposed to encompass everybody in this one thing? And I think that's the benefit of inclusive design as a term and as a compass, because it really only states or kind of stipulates that you're including edge cases and people that maybe aren't always considered, including those things in the process, so that by default and as a result, things will get more accessible and get more usable by different people. And it's not so much one for all, it's something for everyone, which sounds a little more biteable, right? Like it sounds doable and possible in a way that universal design maybe doesn't sound possible for some people. So I think in regards to how much can we do, or how inclusive can something get, I think it's always a process. I think a lot of times, especially as an advisor for organizations, companies will say, we did an audit. Are we accessible now? Like, have we met it? And and the only thing I can say is you've met these criteria on the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines as they're written. Does that mean that nobody in the world is ever going to use your website or product and have a difficulty using it for one reason or another? It maybe even in the situational context, no, like it's a continuum of improvement and almost like a part of your organization more than it is an attribute of whatever you've produced.
Absolutely. And I think it's this thing about there is, we work quite heavily on the WCAG guidelines and accessibility. And one of the things we often say to people is there's a difference between accessibility and usability. And sometimes something can be highly accessible, but not necessarily very usable. And that really we're all on a journey, and somebody may be missed out. However, it would be good for you to know who that is and how you're going to work with those people, rather than have huge groups missed out that you don't know about. So it's where's your blind spot as well. And I think just on that as well, so we spoke a little bit about inclusion and universal design and how these things play out in companies. With Elle, can you actually speak about that from your perspective as well? So how do you engage in the practice, and how does that work for you?
Elle or?
Sorry, I did speak to Elle about that, but I'm speaking to you about it now. Just in terms of the challenges you face, some of the benefits, how does this play out for you? Sorry, we had to change it up a little bit just because Elle was leaving.
No worries. Yeah, I miss her already, but
yes.
So I think I can speak from the aspect of a designer, especially somebody who does user research and makes prototypes and does user tests. So that's kind of where my day-to-day is, and then I think of inclusion within that. So I started out in this practice as a UX designer at Sidebench, and a lot of the process included user testing, user feedback, always leading with user insights to validate ideas, basically, because nobody wants to invest a bunch of money in an idea without knowing that somebody somewhere can use it, wants to use it, and probably will pay for it. But I think how inclusion has to creep into that, or has to really seep into every aspect and component, plays out in a number of ways in the recruiting for said in user research. How do we make sure that our users are representative of who lives in this world with us, right? It's not just the people in our office, because we're already a very particular slice of society, right?
Yeah.
And then even in practice, I think something that I've found, I actually think I learned this partially from listening to Elle speak before too, is user personas are something we use a lot in user research and user testing and product development. I think marketing even uses them as customer personas, so they're a little different. I think one tidbit that I would add is like, a lot of people think, well, should we make a separate user persona for this user with disabilities, or this user who has a different gender identity, or all these different things? And I think what's more helpful is to build your personas and your idea of who your user is without assuming that they do or do not have a certain disability, or they do or do not identify as a certain minority or subset of society, right? That kind of approach to segmenting users or understanding who your user is, building that cardboard cutout of your user, I found to be more beneficial than kind of pre-segmenting and trying to seek in that way, if that makes sense.
Because a disability is not a target market, right?
Right, exactly. It's a component of how somebody approaches your product and how their built environment impacts their life, but it's not solely like the way that we sell, the way that we appeal to them, those kinds of things. Yeah.
A good example of that, I think, that we had recently was we were doing some work with a transport organization, and they had built an app for buses, and they wanted to make sure that this app worked for people who could not see. And we had one person who said yes and one person who said no, it doesn't work. And the person who said yes said they actually were a lawyer who used a screen reader, and they said, yes, the app works perfectly. The other person was a young person who was a salesperson, but was 23 years old and caught buses all the time, and said, no, this app is rubbish. And we said, well, why? And he said, well, when I'm standing at the bus stop and I'm waiting for my bus, yes, I can hear it. It says my bus is coming, but because my bus is the third bus, I still can't find it. I still have to ask someone which bus is mine. Now, it turned out that the first person who was a lawyer, actually, they used a screen reader, but they never called buses.
Right.
Right? So their understanding of how this app would be used was quite different. I think sometimes personas can be reductivist, right? We go for we have to throw something out when we make a persona. And when we're talking to a human, we're not throwing out the knobbly bits. We're actually focusing on the knobbly bits.
Yeah. I mean, I think that you're totally right about this idea that personas, I would say almost always are reductive, because at the end, like, nobody can fit on a piece of paper. And I would be incredibly pressed to try to fit myself on a piece of paper. And that's just myself, not trying to engage with another human and understand them and put them on a piece of paper. So yeah, I think they're useful in some ways, but especially when we think about inclusion, they can be tricky if we put too much merit in them, in a way.
Yes. And so how do you find this conversation works when you're sitting in a team or you're working with a team of designers who are short on time, they're short on money, and they go, can we just do it this way?
Yeah. I mean, I think I've worked with a lot of startups, so I know that that's kind of like the name of the game, is just like, get it done. How can we do it faster, cheaper, better, and refine from there? And I think to some extent, yes, there are definitely ways that you can say, you know, we're putting an MVP out there and we want to see how people respond to it. I think there's two things you need to do ahead of that. One, you need to make sure that you're hitting the bare minimum, at least, of, you know, web content accessibility guidelines for one, like, you know, Elle mentioned the keyboard accessibility, color contrast, things that you know are best practices, things that, you know, Universal Design, accessible resources have published guidelines, like things that you know for sure you can hit and they are beneficial.
Yeah.
And then two,
like the grammar of the book, right? It's
exactly.
Like the grammar. You have to have the grammar right. It doesn't matter what the book is. Yeah.
Exactly. So I think at a bare minimum, investing, knowing that that's part of what an MVP is something that is usable so that you can get feedback. And then second of all, the other thing you need to do is prep for how do we respond to feedback that is related to someone's ability or inability to use our product. And I think as long having that plan ahead of time makes you feel a little more comfortable in putting it out, but it also makes sure that you're not putting something out there that doesn't work for someone and is potentially harmful in that way. Like if he can't find which bus it is, he's having that whole interaction with strangers and everything. And you have to be sure that as an organization, you're committed to hearing that feedback, responding to it, and adapting accordingly. And having that plan ahead of time is a commitment to that in a way. That way you can, you see a lot of developer reviews in the App Store where they say, like, thanks for the feedback, but no thanks, we're not fixing it.
Exactly.
And that's never a great way to respond to somebody's feedback. So having that feedback loop and being prepped for it is really important as well.
And if you had to say one thing to the people on this call, that either keeps you up at night so that you think, actually, if we just did this, then what would that be?
I do think it is that mindset shift about, are we accessible or not? Like, and because I think that's the hardest part, or maybe the part that is, I would consider, like when I speak to organizations or when I talk to a team, especially a team of, developers and designers about accessibility and the guidelines and things, I think the fundamental basis of that is an understanding that it's not a switch. You're not, yes, we're accessible. No, we're not accessible. It's not that simple. And if people can really internalize that and grasp it, I think one, it frees them from this feeling that like they have to meet some standard and pass it on the first time and maintain that forever. And two, it also develops that culture of inclusion and focus on it. So yeah, if there was one thing that I could magically gift everyone, and I know it's a big ideological lift. It's not a nugget that you read a blog post and you're done, but if I could just gift that to everyone's brains, I would, because I think it would so help teams make things that are more inclusive and more thoughtful, if they could get in that mindset as a culture.
Absolutely. And I think one of the things that we often talk about, just to finish on that, is this idea of how aren't we inclusive? Because actually it's really hard to think about all the ways we are inclusive, but sometimes just saying, who doesn't this work for, is a really easy way of at least exposing that in the team as well. So thank you so much, Cassie. We've also got some great resources coming up on the chat, and I know that on our site we have a whole range of resources, from inclusion cards to conversations, and people are more than happy to put up their inspiration for inclusion there as well. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And it's been great to see everyone, and I love this whole day. So I'll be hanging around in the chat too.
Absolutely. Oh, and before we forget, Cassie has actually done some really great work that we weren't able to cover around healthcare and big data and AI as well. So check that out. It's on her LinkedIn as well. So I'd highly recommend that people go there and have a look at her work in that area as well.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Great conversation, and lots of great feedback in the chat. Great links too. Appreciate you both. Thank you.
Great. Have a great rest of the day.
Thanks.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna share my screen, and as my co-founder comes back up onto the screen, and here's the initial results for the 2020 in one word. We had a lot more great words in the chat as well, but challenging, traumatic, lonely, and never ending is are coming up to the top of the list. Tomorrow we'll kind of check in and talk about 2021 and what that really looks like for everybody. Appreciate you all participating in this incredibly informal poll. And here we are. Hey.
There we go. Hey. All right, humans, we've wrapped up day one of Tech Inclusion here on Crowdcast, and we just want to appreciate you all for joining us throughout the day and being active in the chat and asking questions and using the Ask a Question feature. And as we wrap up this day, again, self-care, take care of yourself if you can, do some sort of physical activity to get that blood flowing. And I know what we're going to do. We're going to take a break. But yeah. And join us back again tomorrow, 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time.
Don't stop here. Take stuff with you and turn it into action. So many great conversations today and more tomorrow and Wednesday. I just want to just thank again our sponsors, supporting sponsor Blend, Oracle, Bitwise, Limeade, Indeed, Balsamiq, Blackline, the Kauffman Foundation, who is sponsoring the Inclusive Ecosystem track, Twilio, and Interpreter Now, who has all of our amazing ASL interpreters throughout the 3 days. And the With Foundation for Ability in Tech sponsorship. And all of our sponsors here, and community partners too. These folks are amazing, doing great work to create change in the tech ecosystem. So our allyship survey, which we've linked to throughout the day. Thank you all for those of you that we actually got several responses. So appreciate you all for doing that. And we will see you tomorrow, 9 a.m. Pacific time. Thank you all again for all the work that you're doing, for the interactivity here, the great comments throughout the day. I appreciate you and all our speakers, and see you tomorrow.
Yep.